this theology, but I've just recently learned about black people actually Israelites and everything.
But you're not able to understand that because you're bucking against it.
I hear you, but it doesn't seem like you're paying.
No, you heard God. I'm just a messenger. You heard what God said.
All right. You can also email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com for more information.
I'm trying to deal with. I'm trying to build up.
You chose a bum, and now you're saying you're miserable for being with a bum that you chose.
Really hate that we really got on this subject because y'all, you know, y'all really just, I'm trying to live my life. Y'all making me being held accountable.
You know, to generate some income. You know what I'm saying? And just that's the story for a lot of these athletes, man. They make a bunch of money, get hurt, and then now you stuck wondering what the hell I'm gonna be doing.
Hey, I found it. It's called Playmakers. ESPN. It was the one who developed it. The NFL was pissed off with ESPN, and they got it canceled. That's what it was. Playmakers, and it was put all kind of truth out there, bro.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Like, why they gotta cancel it for? If there's nothing to hide, why cancel it? That's the question we gotta ask. You know, if everything is always been the same, they always been looking out for the players, then why cancel it?
Yeah, I put it in the group. Y'all check it out.
Hey, shalom, Judd. Welcome on stage. We got Obadiah on stage as well. Ibuka, Delante.
Hey, didn't D.L. Sanders lose some toes dealing with sports?
I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I missed
yeah,
that.
he got 8 toes. He lost 2 of them from a injury during sports.
Oh yeah, yep. He damn near couldn't walk. He almost couldn't walk no more. You know, he
Right.
did lose some toes. He coaching now. He coaching his sons, and it's called I don't know, it's Jesus some football league. He coaches, but yeah, he couldn't walk for like a year. He literally had a walking stretch. Yeah, for sure. He lost a few toes. It got amputated.
Right. He lost toes, so now he wants his children to lose toes also. That don't make no sense. It's crazy.
Hey, that's a good point right there. That's a good point.
So what they do is they glory in being warriors. You know, Esau put the berries in their back. Oh, they went down with a fight. It's like they do the boxers. Same thing.
So go ahead and raise your hands. Come up, share your thoughts, share your mindset, your piece. Do you think black people should stop playing football? Or are we just, stretching it? We exaggerating? Come up, share your thought. Let us know what you think. If you're a football fan, if you feel like ain't nothing wrong with it, black people should keep playing football. Teach the young kids that's the way out of the hood. Come up, share your thoughts.
Hey, you know it's sad too. As we wait for people to raise their hand or whatever, but it's sad, man, when you think about how, since little damn Pee-wee sports, Little League, we've invested so much into these sports, and then pretty much dedicated our lives to these things, bro. And we don't own no percentage, of these different leagues. Not the NBA, not the NFL. We don't own none of it. We're not even dominating in the coaching aspect or the even on a management level. Like, we are strictly the ones, we take the most beatings and get the least amount of pay. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about it. these players that got these multi-million-dollar contracts, somebody writing those checks. You know what I'm saying? We may think that they make a lot of money, but
Hey,
who's the person that's
that
writing the
money
damn check?
guaranteed, bro. That money ain't guaranteed.
Right. That's what I was
Hey,
saying earlier. They
hey,
damn
shalom, y'all.
busting they bodies up, and then it ain't
Hey,
guaranteed.
shalom,
Hey,
Judge.
shalom, shalom.
Hey,
Hey,
Shalom,
look,
Judge.
you know me. It's the black church fault at the end of the day.
I agree.
Because just what Solo said is that, we've been breaking the Sabbath since we was little kids, going to these football games, Pop Warner, whatever you want to call it, break, depending on what state you live in. We've been breaking the Sabbath all our life dealing with football, so it go all the way from, little, then for, middle school, high school, college, so if the black church kept the Sabbath day, if they followed the commandments, then guess what? Our people wouldn't even be playing football. They wouldn't be into these sports because we would know that, hey, our God says we got to rest from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. So we wouldn't even be involved in this stuff. So, like, I know people get mad, but it's the black church fault. Everything always goes back to the church. I'll mute my mic.
Hey, Judge. Everybody bank on that too. Even the movies, they show how people. That's like that's the way out the hood. If my son get picked and get drafted, he get to go to college. And if he don't get to the NFL, at least he went to get. At least he go to college. You know, that's a lot of people dream. You know, but the percentages suck. You know.
Brother, football is literally putting your life on the line, especially the contract they draw up for these young men going to the league. Because other I think baseball is the only one that's guaranteed when you get the money. But the point
Yeah.
with football is literally some slavery shit. Like you putting your life on the line literally because and then you gotta do 3 years minimum before you even get a guaranteed check. And by then your body's all beat up, battered up, and who's to say you're gonna make it to that 3 years? So
Right.
you're literally risking your life signing a contract being a football player.
Your whole life you beating your body up. Your whole life, especially if you're a running back. Reggie Bush had the worst contract ever known to man, bro. All the stuff he had done, bro, with his body. No one stepped in and said anything. No one helped him, bro. It's just sad, bro.
Hey, Joseph, I see you on stage. What you think about the topic? Delante, Joseph.
Oh,
I'm
shalom.
here, sir. Delonte's here. Shalom. Oh, you can go ahead. If you said his name first, you can go. There's no problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shalom. Most High in Christ bless y'all leadership. I was just on the topic. I just looked at a Week 17 article. 135 players from the NFL got concussion protocol sentences.
How many?
17 week. The NFL on Sharp. It's Week 17. NFL says 135 players have a concussion.
Damn.
Bam. And these are permanent damages. That's what they don't get. That's what I'm saying. They can recover quick now when it comes to their age, but when you start to hit that late 30s, that 40s, that 50s, man, all that come back, you know.
Yes, sir.
When I used to watch, I didn't really watch football like that, but whenever I used to see the replays on TV and stuff like that, I was always see the kicker or the quarterback. Like majority of the time I seen it was always a white man, and I always wondered that, like, damn, these are the least people that get hit.
Yeah, that's the one who they protect. They protect him. He's protected.
Well, go ahead, Delonte. Say your piece.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I changed my profile pic because that's me in the picture. You know, I played football my whole life. I actually had a scholarship to go to high school when I was in 5th grade. And my freshman year, you know, scholarships to every big college in the country. I ended up going to University of Wisconsin, won 2 Rose Bowls. And, you know, a lot of friends of mine, real close buddies, you know, I tore my ACL, MCL, meniscus. I broke every finger on both hands, at least once, my wrist. So, you know, it's a brutal, violent sport. And I think that's where the gladiator mentality comes from. But then, you know, as you get older, because I'm in my 40s now, I'm 42. You look at like the Colosseum days, the Roman gladiators, which was really black people killing each other for sport, or the Mandingo fighting. And it really does boil down to that. And for a number of different reasons and that were brought up, it's not good long term. And even off the field, you know, because I know a lot of NFL players. My roommates both were first round picks. You know, I went down to Miami to train and rehab my knee, and go to the combine. And the lifestyle is that of a rapper. Also, that's behind the scenes, y'all. You know, when I was down in Miami, my boy with a first round pick, number 8 in the draft. Both my roommates actually, number 8 in the draft, number 12, back to back years. So, you know, you hear you back then we had answer machines. He came in like you have $5.5 million deposited in your account. Like that's how it happened. Like you really get a message. But the schedule was wake up is about 2 ounces of weed and a whole table bottles of liquor. Now, these are all pro players. These are guys probably going to be in the Hall of Fame too, right? That was the day. You get up, smoke, play video games, drink after a little workout in the morning at the stadium. You smoke, play video games, go out, grab girls, come back, do it again, rewind. It's a toxic lifestyle. On top of that, it's because we don't know the truth. The truth is so far away from that life. You know, it's you know, they thank God, but not understanding that there's also rules you got to follow with that. And you know, playing for these slave masters, I'm telling you, listen. First thing that you know, I remember he said, "Man, I'll send your ass back so fast back home to your mama in Cleveland." That's how they talk to you. We cuss each other out.
Damn.
Yeah, I ain't playing. Listen, they said, listen, you are here to, don't get it twisted. This is the first day of camp freshman year. They said, do not be confused. You're here to play the football and go to school. And you're here to go to school so you can play football. Understand that. So them scholarships come with a cost, and usually that cost is lifelong. You know, my shoulder hurt now. I got to turn on both sides. You know, I'm 6'4", 250. And you know, I always you convince yourself like, man, I'm learning discipline, I'm learning sacrifice, I'm learning, you know, mental toughness. And we are gladiators because we fight for a living. It's like boxing. Like I play defensive end. So the dude in front of me, you know, 6'6", 380, and I ain't capping on that. I play with Wisconsin at the biggest line in the country. Every day we hitting heads. You know, so it's brutal, it's violent, and even if you do make it to the league, your morals are gone. And all my friends who have made it, who made millions and millions and millions, they tricked half of it off. They'll tell you right now, man, I wish I'd have known what I know today when they first started. We're not financially educated to even handle that money, and we're not spiritually ready or elevated enough to be able to know give alms. Like right, you know what I'm saying? Like if I made that money now, man, IUIC blowing up. I'm giving half, but they don't have that mindset. God is nowhere near the football field. I mean, my mic.
Hey, it's crazy how you compare the football as the gladiators, because that's one of the commentators said that these men are gladiators. You
Yes,
watch
sir.
a movie, what is that with Leonardo DiCaprio? I forget the name of the movie. Django, wasn't it Django? Yeah.
It was Jingo.
He had $2 fighting in the living room, and just how you said, weed and liquor is the reward. And as soon as he won the battle, they fought to death. He broke the man's eyes out, sticks like grapes. You know, the eyes are like grapes. You just could smash them. He smashed it, killed him, broke his skull. And once he got up, Leonardo DiCaprio gave him a bottle of whiskey. And I believe he gave him some, he said, get your 1 or 2 women over there. And that was the reward. And that mentality trickled down into, like you said, now they do it as, now you got football. That's your gladiators today. And it's a brutal sport. It's damn near fighting to your death. You're playing to death. Or rupture ACL or something.
Hey,
They
Jay.
give you a laptop when you go to a bowl game and say we paying for your tuition for an education that they honestly look, that is not the focal point. Now if you can hustle both, that's cool. But then you have the other, you know, things about even going to college in this white man's world, bro. Like the drinking and the drugs that are around you and the women. So I mean, it's really you in the pits of hell almost, because everything around you is opposite of God. Like, it's nowhere near there. It's not near him. So yes, that gladiator mentality of going out and putting on line for your fellow teammates. But when you graduate, when you go away, man, they don't give a damn about you. You got replaced. They replacing you quick. Like they got 4 other dudes that they brought up in the system in the
Hey,
farm.
it's funny
Yes,
that you
sir.
say. It's funny that you say that about replacement. No, and it's sad. They know this. They know this. The players that's in the league today. I knew a few players. The players that's in the league today know what's going on, and they're not going to go back and say nothing to the youngsters. They gonna promote it. They have. I don't know if y'all remember Friday Night Lights, where I think his name was Baby Ray. I can't remember his name. The black kid. I forgot his name, but he tore his ACL, and they told him he'll never play football again. And he went into the parking lot and cried like a baby because he couldn't do nothing else. He ain't had no plan B. And a lot of them are like that. They put all their eggs in one basket. Football is their life. As soon as they tear something or hurt something, that's it.
Hey, King, what's funny about that, and even what Delonte was saying, it's very comparable to what goes on, in the during the times of slavery, and meaning they dangle that fruit in front of you, right? Like we know we grow up impoverished ghetto, the slums. That's where we come from. We don't have much. So now your whole life from a kid, you taught, hey, listen, you got to work hard and you got to put this work in, and to make it to the NFL, whatever, to get that contract, whatever the case may be. So your whole life you thinking, yo, if I really want this, I got to work hard. And the only thing we thinking of is playing. All we want to do is play the sport, because from Little League, the coaches done told us it. You know, the ones who see potential in you, everybody around you telling you, yo, you could be something. You could. So now in your mind, it's embedded, yo, the only way out is through these sports right here. Is to play football. You know what I'm saying?
Facts,
You got
facts.
you
That's
got
facts, solo.
your
That's facts, solo.
friends
That's
hyping
facts.
you up. The school hyping you up. Think about, man. Like I'm just thinking about high school, and how some of these high school, like there's a football game close to where I live at, and it's a high school game, and this high school game is like a damn college game. Is so popular, and it's like, yo, these are high school kids, but they grow up believing that, yo, this is life, and they get invested into it. Once you see that, you like, yo, this all I want, man. This all I
Hey,
dream
solo,
about.
solo, solo. When you say that, we used to have 22,000 people at our stadium when I played high school football. And I'm get this point out real quick, is that our motivation a lot of times, and y'all say I'm blaming Christian church. I'm gonna say I'm gonna blame single black mothers, because my whole motivation for doing it and taking that pain. I heard a brother earlier say when I
Get your
got
mama
here.
out the hood.
Listen, yeah, exactly. You already know that's the motivation. And look, and when you don't get that bag, they switch up on you. Look, you the best baby. Oh, I love you. I love you. Oh, you everything. And as soon as you tear, I tore my ACL and meniscus right before the draft against Illinois. Um, they switch up on you.
You hear?
Okay, so you fighting for them.
Because the black mama get her understanding from the Christian church. It all ties together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's the first thing they do. That's the first thing they do. I'm gonna buy my mama a house. Buy my mama a house. It's the first thing they do. Y'all remember that woman
Every
who
time.
got mad because I think he chose Florida or something? It was a woman that chose a youngster chose a college that his mama didn't want. She walked off the news conference, because she didn't pick what she wanted. It's sad, man. It's really, really sad.
Hey, I ain't never heard nobody say I'm gonna buy my dad. I'm gonna buy my pops a crib. You know what I'm saying? You don't never hear that. It's always, man, I gotta get my mom out. I'm trying to take care of my mom and my sister, and like it's, bruh.
You
like
like
Jay said, it all stems. Listen, the Christian the Christian church got their hand in every goddamn thing, because it all trickled from that. You know what I'm saying? Half of these kids that grow up so vested into these sports, the reason they so vested is because they come from a single parent household. They was raised by their mama, right? Their mama taking them to church, and the only father figure they have in their life is the coach. You know what I'm saying? So
and that's not necessarily true. Sometimes the father is around, but they push. I'm gonna tell you this: what I've seen. I was a football coach. I'm telling you, I've seen this. They'll straight go ignore the dad, go straight to the mom because she looks what they call that is better for the image of the kid. For the she out there by herself with the
Cheerleader.
yeah, yeah, it looks better, you know. And they have fathers. Some fathers do be there, you know. So that's not always necessarily true what they say in the media, you know. So
yeah, and I'm just speaking more so on the reverence that they give to their mama rather than, if they dad. Like how many athletes you could really say like give reverence to their daddy. You know what I'm saying? I know we talking about football, but look at LeVar Ball and his kids and how much the media, tried to dismantle that whole thing because there was a father who was actually in the household.
right, they didn't like I know this ain't talking about football, but there was Venus and Serena father. They didn't like him. They don't like men like that, you
Hey,
know.
hey, y'all want to know how cold Esau is though? When I used to get in trouble at the house with the moms, and she put me on punishment. She was mean. I couldn't wait to get away from home. I actually went to college earlier because I couldn't wait to get away from her at. But because I always saw through it. I always knew what it was. But I get in trouble, and I have a game the next day. They would drive to the house, literally come to my house, show up, pull up, white men, coaches. He's got to play. And this was when I hooped, because I hooped too, but they was like, yo, he got to play. And I'm not even, no cap on this. They came to the crib like, yo, he got to play. Like, he's a good kid, blah, blah. He got to play. And she would have to actually let me off punishment because, they listen to their slave masters. Honestly, real talk. They don't listen to Zaddy, you know. So, and it was, it was wrong anyway with some BS. But, again, the black woman, they'll listen to them. If they say, hey, your son got to play, I don't care what's going on. They're like, oh, okay. But if it had been my dad, hell, he ain't playing. See, there'd been a whole argument. You understand? So, I mean, and it does connect back to the Christian church, especially them sanctified churches, because I hear we're talking about a lot of different Pentecostal and this, but we never talk about the sanctified church, right? Them 6 day a week. I used to go to church 5 days a week. And it was all BS. So that's why it turned me off. And while I was going to that church, I had a scholarship to an all boys Catholic school because that's what you had to do. And we're not talking about that issue too. Is that when you play for a big time high school program like I did, we number one in the country, we won states the last 2 years in a row again in football. They're usually Catholic schools. My mother will always say, "Don't listen to them when you go to church." I ain't listening to them or the other shit I'm hearing in the Christian church. But typically, it's a Catholic school, so you got Ash Wednesday, and what that does, it allowed me to kind of get insight and to see. And I'm landing my plane with this. I had a brother and sister. I'm from the hood, so they went to the school that was in the hood. They thought that was hard. Ain't nothing harder from a young black kid from the hood going to school with all white boys. Let me tell you, they test you every day. And you got so much more to lose than them. And you're gonna be the guilty party in every situation. You want to throw them over a table, but you can't because then you messing up your future. That's what you feel in your mind. So it's hard, because they don't understand us. We're like specimens to them. That experience versus going to the hood, like, yeah, I'm from the hood, nigga, we good. But going to an all white boys cop school from the hood, bro, it's a different experience. You got to deal with their shit, their ignorance. You got to hear it and see it, and it's petty. That's it, man. I'm letting my play.
All right.
Hey, shalom,
Benjamin,
y'all.
welcome on stage.
What Delonte just said, one of you brothers clip that, make that thing a reel. That thing was the truth right there. Hey, I pray Yep. all is well with y'all, brothers, Hey, man. shalom, Benjamin. Just checking in with y'all. Hot topic, sports. Yeah, I know a lot of us came up in that lifestyle. Thought we was going to the NBA and the NFL. I see Solo up here. He had his NFL dreams. You know what I'm saying, Solo?
Nah,
I ain't gonna tell y'all who his favorite basketball player is. He know what the deal is.
nah,
Be
nah.
nice to me tonight, brother. If I tell on you, brother. Nah, but real talk, it's a good topic and it's a good question. Lord's will, more of our brothers and sisters wake up out of that, out of that lifestyle of, everything sports, because what the sports does is it puts a couple different spirits on you. I'm going to tell you what it does. It creates a divide between black men based on you being on another team and facing another black man. Whereas you may go so fierce in your competition, you grow hatred for that black man. That's happened plenty of times. We know, like Delonte said, we from the hood. We know when you on the court playing, I don't know about these days now, it's more of a millennial kind of thing. But where I grew up at in the 90s, there's basketball courts all over the damn place. Everybody's on the court playing ball. You never know when a gun is gonna come out. You may never know when a nigga gonna fight because he got fouled too hard or something like that. You understand? So those things do put spirits on you. It also puts the love your enemy spirit on you. Meaning love the people that hate your guts and enslaved you. Because he may be on your team. Y'all room together. He's your roommate on the road. He sits next to you on the bus. The bus going to the next city to play or whatever garbage like that. Then you grow affinity for that man or that woman that you're playing with. That's your teammate, your road dog, your quote unquote brother now or your sister now. You understand? So it does do things to you that is not uh, um, righteous and right according to the laws of God. You, my mic.
Hey,
All right,
Benjamin.
that's
Benjamin,
Brother Joe.
to your point, real quick, to your point, Benjamin, about the hatred that it that it brings up with sports. Remember, Michael Jordan and Isaiah Thomas got like a lifelong hatred for each other, all
That's a
because
fact.
of feuds that come from sports. What they both damn black men
Hey,
come from the same
and,
conditions, and they hate each other.
Solo, look at this though. Those brothers were in their 20s and still can't get over it. They were in their 20s, bro, and still can't get over that stuff. You understand? They are brothers that they probably don't even look at each other as brothers, but they have such a hatred for each other. Magic Johnson and what's the other one? Isaiah just reconciled after years of whatever they was going through. You know, so it just shows, man. And a lot of times these sports. Listen, brothers. If any of you moderators, I'm not at home. If you have the book, $40 Million Slave, it's an excellent, excellent, excellent read. Y'all should all read that book. $40 Million Slaves is talking about how the how sports was used in America to integrate the black community into America, help integration, and by integration, you lost everything. Now, I want y'all to think about something. When we were in Jim Crow, when we were separate from white folks, and we had to do for ourselves. Guess what we built? The Negro Leagues. And in those Negro Leagues, guess what you got to have around those Negro Leagues? You got to have businesses around those Negro Leagues. We had our own sports bars. We had our own barbershops. We had our own grocery stores. And guess what happened? When Jackie Robinson integrated Major League Baseball, and there was a rush to get all the niggas because they're so much more athletic than the. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when they integrated sports through Jackie Robinson, what happened to the Negro Leagues? All the niggas said, hey, man, to hell with that. I don't want to play with these no more. I want the white man's glory. I got to go over there in the major leagues. To hell with the big leagues, because all the white boys, they were what? Mechanical. Caucasians are mechanical. They don't got the athletics as the black man. We all know that. That ain't nothing new. You know what I mean? You might have one or two that can do what a black man does, But we know how it goes. Primarily, white folks can't hang with us when it comes to sports, athletics, nothing really. Tell you the truth. You understand? You understand? But my point is this: once we began leaving the Negro Leagues and the Negro Leagues died out, what happened to those businesses? What happened to your communities? They fell. They fell. You understand? So y'all got to see there's a lot of games being played. There's a lot of different spirits that come with sports, and there's a lot of what's the word? Crafty issues that come with sports. You my mic.
Hey, Benjamin, real quick, like you say, our people have affinity for the so-called white man, but why you never see it the other way around? You never see them have affinity for us. I don't see it.
Right, right. What you do see is the white man, or I'll take it off of just the white man. I'll say the white owner, your owner, he will have an affinity to you as long as you're healthy and you could produce on that field. Once you could produce on that field and you're healthy and you're strong, he's gonna go to your mommy, not your daddy, not your daddy. He's gonna go to your mommy. Hey, Miss Jackson, your son's really good, man. You know, we're gonna offer him a full scholarship. He's gonna be we're gonna try to make him a star at UCLA. We're gonna do this for him. He's gonna have a full scholarship. He's not gonna have to pay for anything, you know. And guess what? He's gonna go in that. However, he's gonna get a scholarship for 100,000, maybe let's say 300,000. However, he's making that through the football field or the basketball court. He's making that college $10 million by the time he up out of there. Off of what? The advertising.
Hey, Benji, we built him a new business school. We built them when we won the Big Ten championship in 2 Rose Bowl. Listen, I promise you this: there's a new business build. It made all glass, was beautiful. There's new sections that pop up. They reinvest that money not even to the athletes, but into the school itself. Into and you see
Yes,
it, it's like,
yes.
man, we making them a lot of money. And why
Yes,
you get
into the
$20 for a
facility.
meal on Saturday?
Right. They give you $20 for a meal. Hey, nigga, take this $20. Go get you a pizza. And most of
Real
the
talk.
times, correct me if I'm wrong, Delonte. Most of the times, the athletes, because we don't know, we're cool with it.
Listen, you better have a girlfriend, and they push this too, because you're gonna be hungry, because you ain't getting enough.
Hey,
Until NIL deal came in, you better have you better have a girl who you can go over, or somebody else who you can eat from, because we used to get up at 5:30 in the morning to catch the bus to go to the stadium to watch film in the morning and do workout sessions, then go to class, and then go to films again, and then practice, and then go to study hall, and then go to sleep. It's laborious, man. Like we used to say we do more than most people before they wake up in the morning. It's like the military, actually. That's a good comparison.
Damn. So basically, because when I went to college, if I played college ball, I didn't go stay on campus. But for you brothers that stayed on campus, it comes across like y'all was cattle, or we really were cattle. They give you a schedule, you stick to the schedule. As long as you stick to the schedule, we're gonna pay for this college education. But what they don't tell you is
Exactly.
you're making them millions of dollars.
Hey, Benjamin, but they try to hang that
Yes,
over
sir.
your head too the whole time. Like they'll say, you're getting a free ride. You're getting a free ride. So
Right.
you gotta basically work hard to keep your free ride scholarship. You know what I'm saying? They try to make it seem like it's they giving you a lot more than what you giving them. And then a lot of times with brothers, all we care about, because we come from the hood, we come from situations where we having to worry about what we gonna eat. Mama have to worry about paying the bills. So they give us the basic necessities, and you no longer have to worry about, okay, I got the cafeteria, so I could go get food whenever I want to. I got a dorm, so I can I got somewhere that I ain't got to worry about where to lay my head. They giving me shoes, they giving me clothes, and that's all we really be caring about at the time. So we don't even think enough to say, damn, I gotta look more into this. What am I really giving up to be here? You know what I'm saying? How
So,
much money am I really
you know, they
giving
know your
this shit?
financial background, sir. They know your financial. They met your mother. They came to your house. You don't just go there. They come there not just to recruit you,
Right.
but to sell you to your mama. So they know your financial. They walked in your apartment. They walked in your house. They looking around to see so they can use that against you and exactly they hold it over your head. Yes, sir.
And let's see what Mason has to say.
Hey, they know what your mama does for a living. Y'all heard? Y'all heard?
What's
They
Hey,
know
peace
what
and
your mama
blessings.
do. They know what your mama do for a living. They come to scout, come with assistant coach, go visit, sit your mama down on the couch. He looking around, seeing all your little trophies, your little high school trophies or something like that. But he's gonna have a conversation with your mama, and based on those conversations, he's gonna use those conversations that he had with your mama to basically manipulate the situation. You know, so that's the game being played, y'all.
Peace and
Hey,
blessings.
Delonte, let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
sir. Yes, sir.
Because you said you won a couple Rose Bowls and all of that, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you
yeah. Play
would
against
have,
Tom Brady, all that. Yeah.
okay, Delonte, if you would have broke your ankle or broke your neck, what? Tell everybody what happens next.
It's a wrap. You go away quietly into the night.
Oh, thank you, brother.
That's it.
That's all. You're my mic.
Go ahead, Pentecost.
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 Oh, sorry, Mason. Go ahead.
Peace and blessings to the room.
Yeah, peace, bro. Shalom. How you doing?
Yeah, shalom. I'm good,
Shalom,
brother.
shalom.
Yeah. You know, the thing that's really sad is that, it's another form of slavery. And anywhere that is impoverished, um, you can you can put people against each other, and they know that. That's why ghettos were, formed, because now you can manipulate the situations. And any community that is not communal, that doesn't have a structure where there's a man, a woman, and children, and it is in that regards, it's moving in the way that it was originally supposed to be set up. They're going to manipulate and take advantage of all of that, and we essentially are the same things that we were back in the days. We are just mere entertainment. That's where we are, and then it's a shame that the culture itself. That's the only thing that we see. The only ways of getting out is a ball player, a rapper, or something like that, and it just really we promote that as well. That's the way to get out and to rise and to get beyond that. And what's sad about it is that we created everything. And just as the brother, one of the brothers were talking about the Negro Leagues, and all of that. Yeah, we just, we're the maker of the ice machine, but the white man's ice is still colder. And that's what's really crazy about all of it. But anywhere where you have poverty, that's how we are shaped in that iniquity that that's the only thing that we really can do, that we're geared towards, well, you guys are good at this, it's like, you don't want to be this, you should want to be that. And it's always servitude that is tied to it. So, yeah, good
So
topic.
do you think black men should stop playing football?
Yeah, I really do. And I've been a coach for many years too. I didn't coach football, but I coached soccer, basketball, and things of that such nature. And the thing that I know of someone personally, a sister that actually I met on the app. I met on this app, and her son and she has a couple of generations of football players, and they went through to the NFL, and they were talking about the injuries that come from Like what's the guy, the Latino guy that used to play for the New England Patriots, and they kind of, the
Hernandez,
ECT
sir.
or whatever. Yeah, Hernandez and
Hernandez,
all of that.
Hernandez.
Yeah, and they're talking about how all of those guys got damaged, and it's yeah. So
Yeah, Aaron Hernandez.
yeah. So yeah, so I mean, I do believe that. I mean, you can, if you desire to play. I believe if the desire was put more towards economics and understanding how to do something different, our culture promotes that which they've promoted to us, and until we change that mindset, it's always going to be a situation where you have people that are coming out of the ghetto and that's their way out, and it's sad, but it leads us to what they've desired from us anyway. We're entertainment, and that's the sad part of it. The last thing that I will say, as being a coach, a lot of times you see the fathers that are involved, not all of them, but a lot of them live their dreams through their children. You know what I'm saying? By putting them into sport and play, they may have not have made it all the way through, but the hopes is that their child makes it all the way to the NFL, and those numbers are so skewed. When you're looking at raw talent that is coming out, you might be the best one in your state, but then when you get into that national, that international pool of talent, it's a totally different totally different ball game. So the statistics on who actually makes it to the NFL, the NBA, baseball, and all of that, those numbers pale in comparison to the pool that they're able to pull from. Peace and blessings.
Hey, Mason, you believe in the Bible?
Brother, I believe in the Bible and believe in the Quran. What's the point?
No, because this is biblical smoke. Just wanted to
Yes,
show
sir.
you, just wanted to show you a scripture based on what you said and what everybody was saying.
Yes, sir.
Go to Second Maccabees chapter 4, because like they always try to say it's a way out, right? It's a way out for our people. Read that Second Maccabees chapter 4. Start at verse 9.
The book of Second Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 9. Besides this, he promised to assign 150 more, if he might have license to set him up a place for exercise.
So this was one of our wicked brothers back in the day who sold out to our own people, and he went to the white man and said, "Hey, let me build a place of exercise." Right? Read.
And for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen.
You see that? You see what it says? It says for the training up of the youth, for the fashion of the heathen. Why did I bring that up? A lot of times, fathers growing up, they get their sons growing up. What's the first thing they want to do? Put them in football league, the little league. That's what they want to do. Put them in little league. Have them in the same fashion of the heathen. That's what the scripture just said. That our ancestors did back then is the same thing that we're doing now. Read on.
And to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochians.
And they get rid of the names. They no longer know who they are. Read.
Which when the king had granted, and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashions.
You see that? That's what we do. That's what a lot of our people do. Mothers, daddies, fathers, baby daddies, baby mamas, all of them. Once they get a son, they got the coach. They got the coach out of school who say, "Hey, play football." You go to college. Hey, number one thing is play football. You got your own people pressing others, the brothers, to go play football, and that's the problem right there. That's why I was asking you that. And
yes, sir.
Anybody else want to say anything before I move on to Joe or Mason? If you want to say anything.
Hey, yes, yes, yes. Hey, who was just speaking? Pentecost?
Yes, sir.
Pentecost. Put at the top the gymnasium, the definition of gymnasium, because I know a lot of brothers don't know the true definition of what a gymnasium is, what they were doing in Greece and Rome. In Greece and Rome, we get a lot of homosexuals. And guess what? A lot of homos and a lot of pedophiles. That's what they was in Greece and Rome. You understand? So, guess what they were doing to the young boys? Sexing them, molesting them, turning them into little fairies, our men. That's what they were doing. All right? And guess what? You see that spirit slowly coming back today. It's called the WNBA. It's other things going on where now those things are going to be more widely accepted, right? But show them what is a gymnasium. Yeah, you bring it out, brothers. I'm doing something right now.
Yes, sir. Spin to the top. Go
Let
ahead, Zeke.
everybody click on that link right there and let Pentecost bring it out.
Zeke, click on the link and read.
Yes, sir. This is the World History Encyclopedia. The gymnasium was a Greek building originally used for athletic activities, but which came over time to be used also as a place of study and philosophical discussion.
Now go to
In
the
the
bottom. Its origin.
Yes, sir. Origins of the gymnasium. The name gymnasium derives from the Greek word for nudity.
You see that? A lot of people don't know that. That's why when you go to the gym, you see a lot of people walking around naked. They're basically naked. They just got painted clothes on. Even when you look at those wrestling games, naked, tight leggings on, naked, showing all their curves, all their body. That's our
Hey,
gym.
can somebody hold on, Pentecost? Can somebody get the definition? Look at Wikipedia. The one that shows that it says naked place of exercise. That's the definition. Look on Wikipedia. Check
Oh, that one says it
Wikipedia.
too. It says it too. But I'll get
Oh,
the one.
that
Yeah,
okay.
read it, Zeke.
Yes, sir. Origins of the gymnasium. The name gymnasium derives from the Greek word for nudity, gymnos, as all exercise and sports were done by the male-only members in the nude.
Damn.
Ah man, you see this? So that's what.
You know how many times you seen your brothers running around butt naked with just a helmet and cleats on and laughing and having fun in the locker room? It's a real thing, you know, and I'm telling you, it's wild. It's, you know, when you a freshman, you come in and see this situation, you really got dudes, you know, like wearing like high socks, cleats, and a helmet, butt naked, running around through Rockland after a practice or a game. It was common practice. And if y'all allow me, Benjamin asked me a question in terms of what happens to brothers when you get hurt. I want to give more context to that because you know what happens? They end up back in the same hood they grew up in. And then they have to deal
Yeah.
with ascent and immersion. They have to deal with this thing called ascent and immersion because those brothers saw you playing on TV. They saw you playing ball. And guess what? They're like, oh, you back here with me. So they're
Right.
even more motivated to continue on their way because they're saying this is all bullshit in the first place. Because where your ass at? And 99% of the brothers, you ain't making it to the league. So the ones who get hurt, you know, you end up back in the hood, and then you trying to immerse yourself because you ascended. So your education level is different from your brothers that you went to high school with or grade school with. You know what I'm saying? They been in the hood. They ain't never go to college. They ain't maybe not left the city, and you'd have been all over traveling. So they look at you with an envious eye, and then they want to use that as fuel to their fire. And so you trying to prove yourself even more. Like, no, I'm still the same nigga you grew up with, bro. I just went to school. So when what happens when you get hurt? You end up in the same position as everybody else that you went to school with, and you have to immerse yourself back. And that's what white folks call it. And they made it that term because of us, ascension and immersion, because we usually ascend, we go to college, we go to NFL, and then you fall off and you immerse yourself back where? With the people you came up with in the first place, the same damn city.
Damn.
Hey, that's real, man. That's real. So as you can see, the scriptures back in the day, the same thing. Same thing happening. We're doing the same thing. Still playing for the same Greeks, the same Romans, naked, going out there in the same gymnasium and all that, playing the same sport. Hey, Zeke, can you keep reading in the scripture? Second Maccabees, go to verse 12.
Yes, sir. The book of Second Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 12. For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat.
Now we read this. We read the definition of gymnasium. How it said they were exercising naked in the nude. So the young men that was there exercising, you think they had clothes on? Hell nah. That same spirit back then. That's why you see they be always the slap ass, good game slap ass. Same thing. Same spirit. It brings a spirit upon you. Competition. Entertain the Greeks, entertain the Romans. Go to the Colosseum, around the stadium, same thing, same garbage, and just entertain.
Hey, could I ask Mason a question concerning you said slap ass, and I see that going on today, and I know that was going on back then, but what does that stem from, Mason? The slapping of the buttocks of the men that
Hey,
makes a
hey,
display.
OB. Is OB coming in lower or is it just me?
It was a low.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, OB.
Yes, sir. Maybe a bad connection.
You sound better now. Say what you said again.
Yes, sir. I want to ask Mason about the slapping of the buttocks that the men do. You mentioned that you was a coach or played the ball. What does that have to do with the football or the baseball or the basketball? Why do they do that?
The brother left, sir.
Damn.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in on that right quick?
Hey, I was peace and blessings. I don't know what exactly it means. You know what I'm saying? But I just know that it happened. So
Is really supposed to be like towards the hamstring. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a tap on your hamstring area. You know what I mean? Like of course TV turns it into smacking your butt, but you don't really supposed to smack the butt. You're supposed to just smack the hamstring area. You know what I mean?
So why would you even do that? What is that about? What is that about?
Hey, I don't care what it's about. No man hand should be smacking my hamstring.
Stir up homosexuality.
For real, that's too close for comfort for me, man. Yeah, that's all that comes from the spirit of sodomite, the spirit of homosexuality. You see, it's still here, man. Like that stuff don't go away. That stuff does not go away. And another thing about the whole football thing too, a lot of these females, if you're a sister, raise your hand. A lot of them, they want to live off the man. So the man working hard, 10 times harder now to oppress a woman because he know that's what they want. And she don't give a damn. So if you're a sister, raise your hand. If you've been with a football player, raise your hand. If you know a football player, raise your hand. Let us know how it was.
Hey, Pentecost. Some of these sisters used to be football players too.
Damn.
Hey, if you used to be a football player, hey, the platform is for you. Raise your hand and come share your thoughts.
Hey, y'all know they got that female football league too. Sisters in they drawers, tackling other sisters on the damn football field on a gridiron.
Almost naked, just naked with some pads on.
That's a little is ridiculous. I find that very ridiculous. Like it's ridiculous. Like they don't even. It's a shame because they give the men more protection. You know what I'm saying? With the suit that they with football players put on, the pads that they put on, like them females ain't got none of them pads. They only got the shoulder pads. They ain't even got a full helmet on, I don't think.
Well, it's because they know that's not what men is gonna go watch the show for. So they know that's not what men are gonna go watch the show for. So it's all a plot, man. But Delonte, I got a question for you. You still with us?
Yes, sir.
Hey, since you stopped playing, do you encourage people to go play, or you tell them, nah, don't even try?
No. My son doesn't play. It's funny because he plays soccer, and I'm much happier with that decision. And he ain't built for it. So it's a dangerous sport. Again, I broke every finger on both hands. I broke my wrist like the last game of my freshman year, and I couldn't play my first basketball game. I was mad about that. But no, man, like the fact that the disrespect too, in a sense that comes with it, with the way these men, I look back and like the way I let that white man, Esau talk to me, in my face. You get into a lot of times with these coaches because I remember one time he was yelling and he spit in my face, and I had to grab him up. I grabbed him right by his collar, like, hey, but you know what? He respected me after that. He didn't come at me that way no more. So it's a violent, it teaches aggressive tendencies. You guys have heard me speak on here before. And that aggression and that aggression that comes from me is from playing football. I truly believe that. Besides being with the, fatherless home or four step that fathers, but it teaches bad qualities in the long run. But in the short term, they sound sweet. Like, yeah, I'm gonna learn this and that. But again, where we mostly end back up is around the people who saw you play and you right next to them again, and they don't respect that. They look at it like it's like a wolf looking at you as a sheep because you've been off playing ball and around here and there, so they know things you don't know. Like, let's keep it real on some street stuff that, like, yeah, man, you getting taken advantage of because you think it's sweet out here and it's not. And that's why we got to connect and always stay with our people, bro, because we ain't nobody different, ain't nobody better. I don't care if you get a scholarship. I had scholarships, like great grades. But I tell you what, I never felt more comfortable than when I got back comfortable being in my own skin.
Hey, Delonte, do you think that soccer or baseball is better than football and
None of
basketball?
it. None of it. It's all the same. It's different ways to the means to ends, and that means to ends is money for them. All you're doing is making money. And the funny thing is, even when you do make it to the NFL, they already know what you're spending it on. You're gonna get you a Benz, you're gonna get you a chain, you're gonna feed, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna feed Amalek, you feeding everybody but your people. So without spiritual awareness, man, we lost. That's what it comes down to for real. This spiritual awareness is so lost, and that's why getting these brothers when they're a young age, F a financial advisor how to invest. Learn how to keep guys lost and invest back in your people, but we ain't there yet. We ain't even close.
Hey, Delonte, you said a mouthful, my brother. You said a mouthful. If I could back you up with a scripture, I want you to hear something. Look at Second Maccabees 4:12. I think it is. Did we read that? 4:12.
We can reread it, sir.
Let's reread it. There's
Yes,
a
sir.
point I want that this brother just mentioned about. They get our young men. They don't know economics. They don't know what to do with their money, and the money's going right back to Amalek. And a lot of the times they have accountants monitor where that money is being spent anyway. Read what you got.
The book of Second Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 12. For he built gladly a place of exercise.
So the he is a wicked Israelite named Jason, who became high priest underhandedly. He basically bought the priesthood to be chief priest, right? So now he's the chief priest, but he's a puppet for the Greeks. So what are the Greeks trying to do? Well, when we were in the Greek captivity, they integrated us. You understand? They molded us into versions of themselves. Integration. To hell with Israelite culture. Let's go with Greek. We need to teach them Greek culture to what? Subdue them. Just like today, we were taught what? Christianity to subdue us. Read it again.
For he built gladly a place of exercise.
A gymnasium. Go ahead.
Under the tower itself. And brought the chief young men.
That's the point I wanted right there. But what kind of men?
The chief young men.
The best young men. The best. So they got the best young men of our people to push this thing and to be under them.
Preach.
So now, when you are a young man, your foundation is not necessarily set now. So what are you doing? You're learning things. So when they get us in the pee-wee leagues, the little baseball leagues, and it was in the 6th grade and the 7th grade, we're still being molded now. So what are we learning? We're learning how to be Greeks all over again. We're just in a land called America, but we're learning the same things. We're learning how to be integrated. We're learning.
Benjamin, what you saying?
Yeah.
Benjamin, let me tell y'all something here. We used to have this thing called Family Day, right? We have the Family Day, Media Day, in the beginning of the season where all the families come down with their little kids, little white babies, and their little kids, and you give them autographs. And let me be very clear. It's nothing but Esau out there. I know. But here's the thing, Benji. Listen. But when you go out at night with your couple boys on the squad, you play the game, y'all won. They cheering for you. Going crazy. 90,000 people. Let you walk down the street with a couple of your homeboys who on the squad, who they was just at. You was holding a little baby, giving them a kiss. Give a little baby a kiss. They crossing the street. Because they don't separate you. Because you still a nigga, bro. Don't get it twisted. Because I promise you this, and I'm telling you the truth. They will cross the street. You be like, damn, man, you just had your baby in my arms. Because that ain't no protection. So even if you think you special, you a baller, and you one of the best players on the team, they was just cheering for you. When they see you walking down the street at night, going to a bar, and they with their family, they crossing it.
Facts. That's a fact. That's a fact. All right. So read that again.
Yes, sir. For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself.
And read from where you left off at, right before you left off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The chief young men. Read that part.
And brought the chief young men under his subjection. And made them wear a hat.
That goes into the game of discus. Okay, when they they used to wear the hats with the wings on it. All right. Now we wear the hats, and it's called the fitted hat, but it's really the same thing, except this one has a beak now. It has the beak, the brim. Read.
Verse 13. Now such was the height of Greek fashions.
Read that part again.
Now such was the height of Greek fashions.
Now the Bible is saying these are fashions of the Greeks, not the fashions of the Israelites. It's not your culture. Guess what? We're doing the same things today. Guess what day? Most days we practice or have a game. The Sabbath day, Saturday. You're always going to have practice or a game on the Lord's Sabbath. You're just willfully breaking the Lord's Sabbath without even knowing it. Going into the Greek culture, going into the sports. Read on.
An increase of heathenish manners.
Heathenish manners. Read.
Through the exceeding profanes of Jason, that ungodly wretch. And no high priest.
Read.
That the priest had no courage to serve any more at the altar.
So this caused the priests, the Levites, to say, you know what? I like this Greek thing. Oh, we could play ball and throw a ball in a hoop and run around naked. You know what? To hell with the temple services I got to do. To hell with that. I want to play a little football. I want to play a little discus. I want to run track and field. See how high we could jump. Read.
But despising the temple.
What did they do?
But despising the temple.
So guess what, brothers and sisters? By these sports, by us integrated into Greek culture, now today called American culture, now we despise God's laws. Our people hate God's laws. Read.
And neglecting the sacrifices.
Read.
Hasten to be the partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise.
Read on. Watch this, y'all. Read a little faster. Read a little faster.
Yes, sir. After the game of discus called them forth.
Read.
Not setting by the honors of their fathers.
Now, wait, watch. Now, brothers, watch this part right here. Read it nice and loud and strong. This is the spirit of our people. Read.
But liking the glory of the Grecians.
No, read 15 from the top,
sir.
Nice and loud and strong. Come on.
Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all.
When you go into that sports lifestyle, your coach, your white coach, your white general manager, more than likely, and your white owner, that's who you're trying to please, so you still got a spot on the team. Read it again.
Not setting by the honors of their fathers.
But, so who are black people's fathers, these black men's fathers? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, King David, King Solomon, Christ. That's your forefathers. So we bypass those fathers and do what?
But liking the glory of the Grecians best of all.
You like the white man's glory best of all, black man. When you put on, you don them tights. You want to run on the gridiron. You want to dunk the basketball and get oohs and ahs and all of that. And the white man at courtside, he clapping for you and all of that. Sometimes the white man's calling you a damn nigger at the free throw line. Somebody tell me I'm lying. You understand? That's what happens. You have an affinity towards the people that hate your guts now and enslaved you. Why? Because you can get a little endorsement money. You get a little commercial, a little sneaker deal here and there. But you better not say black people are the real Jews. You better not say that. You understand? Or you're gonna end up like Kyrie Irving when he almost got kicked out the damn league and had to go on an apology tour and give up millions of dollars.
It's financially detrimental for them if we do say we the Jews, because then that means we keep the laws. And then, like you just brought out, we can't play on Saturday or Sunday. You understand?
Right,
so
right.
The financial is financially detrimental, and that's why they try. Also, a part of the reason, besides losing their power, they want to suppress. Because if we stop playing sports because of God, then they can't have games on Friday night or Saturday. And for them, because all they care about is money, that's too much of a financial risk to have. So that's why they're trying to also part of the reason they're trying to shut down IUIC, ADL, the JDL, all these. Amalek, because they make too much money on those days because they are against Christ. Yes, sir.
Right. Now, read verse 16.
Verse 16. By reason whereof sore calamity came upon them, for they had them to be their enemies and avengers, whose custom they followed.
No, they had them to be their enemies and avengers. These people, these Greeks were against us then. And guess what? I'm sorry to tell some of y'all, and sorry, not sorry, the white man is still against you today, even though he offers you that $1 million contract. You understand? Read that part again.
For they had them to be their enemies and avengers.
The Greeks, the white man is our enemies, y'all. Read.
Whose custom.
Whose sports, wait, slow down. Whose sports, their customs.
They followed so earnestly.
Damn. Your sports, their sports that you follow so earnestly. You haven't, your spirit is knit with the white man's heart when you go into his sports. You're buying all his paraphernalia, his New York Giants, his LA Lakers Kobe shirt. You understand? His Shaquille O'Neal shirt. You're buying the mugs, the cups. You're spending $500 to go to a game. You spend $500 to go to the stadium to get a $12 beer and a $15 hot dog. Now mute my mic.
Hey, that was straight scripture right there. Y'all can see how scripture spoke about what we did in the past, and we're still doing it today. Nothing has changed. That's how we know the Bible is a true book. All right. Let's go to Isaiah. Isaiah, what you want to say about the topic?
Shalom leadership, most high in Christ bless. Man, this is a heavy topic. Y'all killing them with these scripts right now. I agree. I agree that we should stop playing football. We should stop playing these professional sports. Just to land back off everything y'all saying, it takes us away from the Most High God and keeping His laws. And Ecclesiastes 7:7, a gift destroyeth the heart. A lot of these players turn straight coon once they get that check, and they're afraid to speak out. And like y'all said, when they do, they have to go on an apology tour. And just to think about the economy, how badly it will be affected if we stop playing these sports. Nobody's watching these sports if we stop playing. And that could really shake things up. But, man,
Hey,
sometimes the money's too good for our people.
When Benjamin said that, right, it made me think about something. No disrespect to the WNBA, but nobody watches it for a reason. If we stop playing all those sports, it don't matter if men is playing. If we not in it, it's like the WNBA is playing.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it's gonna be. Nobody watches that crap.
Yeah, man. And I don't know. And sometimes I think maybe we should start our own leagues. But at the same time, man, we should just really be focusing on God's laws, keeping His commandments. But possibly our own leagues will be ran better. Because I think about like the Negro League, the Negro Baseball League. Baseball nowadays rock you to sleep.
Hey, brother, I hate to break it to you, but the Negro League, all praises for it at that time, but a lot of the players, they were always complaining they did not get their paycheck on time and things like that. So we did the niggas shit in that too.
Oh man, dang.
So that's what made it so. That's what made it easier for Jackie Robinson to go to the Major League Baseball. As soon as he did that, shit, he was getting a guaranteed contract. Shit, all them other brothers was out.
The white man ice is colder, man. Dang.
Yeah, the thing is the mindset. That has to change. You understand what I'm saying? You can start whatever league you want. If the mindset is not changed according to the way God ordained it to be in the first place, then the mindset is still gonna be. You know what? Let me go on that side.
Correct.
If I can chime in.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I just wanted to say because Delonte had mentioned, your physical moods changing. You know what I'm saying? When
Hey, Joe, we can't hear you. You sound very low.
All right, hold on.
You hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, a lot of times, like from like college to the pros, a lot of these players get involved in sports enhancement drugs, and a lot of times that can change your mood, that can change your personality. Not only that, it can cause some serious damage to you.
Hey, you went real low again. You started off good and then you went real low. Hello? Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. He's testing
we
the
hear
connection.
You hear me? You good?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just was commenting on the use of the sports enhancement drugs. That's real heavy in different sports. Like even though they don't talk about it, like it's real heavy. Um, like that can have serious alterations on your mood, your physical being. Like is definitely not good business. Not only that, to talk about the topic, um, like the young brother from the Bills who just got injured. That's not. That's definitely not the first one. Um, it was a brother named Ryan Shazier who played for the Steelers, and this happened like maybe I say 2, maybe 3 years ago. He he went for a tackle. He tackled the opponent,
I remember
and
that.
he was paralyzed right there on the field. That man's still paralyzed to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you saw it. You know, like you really saw his body go limp. You know,
Hey, remember Mark Gastineau? Same thing happened to him from the Jets.
right?
Yep.
Y'all remember that?
That was definitely back in the day. But yeah,
That's it, Joe. That's nothing. You finished?
yeah. I'm in the land with that.
Okay. Yeah. Joseph, Delante, Solo, if y'all want to add anything, based on anything that you heard so far, feel free. Make sure you guys follow the room, Biblical Smoke. If you have any questions, you can email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Hashtag us on Twitter, Biblical Smoke. Let us know what you think about the topic so far.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to add another thing in there for us to have an idea. When these NFL players grab a home, they spend too much and they're not looking at money management. And also they 24/7 security around the clock, so they don't have no privacy.
Well, the whole money management thing, that's the whole trap. You know, the more money you spend, the more money you owe, the more money you need, right? So that's a trap. And for what I've heard about, certain contract, they give you the money up front, that, just for you to spend when you get signed. If you break that contract, then you're gonna have to owe. So I know, I don't really know the ins and outs of the sport world like that, but that's what I've heard, based on it. Delante, maybe you can speak about that, how the contract works, that makes them want to, spend more money than they have.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not guaranteed, and what that does is it puts them as the master and you as a slave, because they can make a decision to cut you, and that's why the signing bonus is so important. But a lot of times the contracts are made by um, you know who, so they're actually in favor of the team. And in order to gain or really have to get the money you want, like you may sign a $25 million contract, but 12 million of it is incentives, meaning you have to really risk your life, right? Because that's why dudes play hurt, you know, and they're telling themselves that's to feed my family. But really, it's for the incentives that's added on to the contract, for you to get X amount of tackles or X amount of catches. So even when you hurt, you're looking like, man, I only need 50 more, right? So they incentivize us with these contracts to go out and risk our lives, to play this game and to please their people.
Damn, and that's the trap that a lot of our people fall into. A lot. Hey, go to Proverbs 3:31. Read that real quick.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 3, and verse 31. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
That's like one of the number ones. Well, one of the problems that our people have is that they envy what the oppressor has, and then they choose their ways. That's why when Benjamin read the scriptures in Second Maccabees, how it says they chose. They no longer wanted to do what the fathers used to do, but they chose and honor the ways of the Greeks, the Romans, the ways of the Americans' ways. All that stuff. That's who our people love to follow. And God said, read it again.
Envy thou not the oppressor.
He said, stop envying them. Stop envying their women. Stop envying their house that they got, the lifestyle that they got, because you don't know the dirty stuff that they had to do to get it. And they're never gonna let you get it too for yourself. Read.
And choose none of his ways.
Don't choose their ways. Do not choose their ways. And that's the problem with us. We keep the cycle continue. We know what happens when our people sign up in football. We've seen it. Look at Skip. I don't even watch Skip like that in Shannon. Look at what they're going at it for. Two different nations, two different kind of people, two different mindset. Why the hell would Skip care about your own people? He won't. And our people still don't get that. They watch it. They two different. It's like water and oil. You're trying to be one with these people. That's never gonna happen. Not in sport, not in movies, not in nothing.
Hey, Pentecost. Hey, you
Yes,
know what's
sir.
crazy?
Yes.
When Shannon Sharp's coon ass was talking shit about Kyrie Irving, Skip didn't have a problem. White America didn't have a problem. Nobody at ESPN found fault with Shannon Sharp for disrespecting Kyrie Irving. But when Shannon Sharp's coon ass now starts talking about Tom Brady, as soon as Tom Brady's name came out Shannon Sharp's mouth, all of a sudden Skip shut his ass down. Why? Like you said, they care for their people, which I don't have a problem with. The problem I have is niggas that love these white folks, and now Shannon Sharp actually got two nigga wake-up calls. Because he got one last week, two from Skip again. But he got two. And Skip made that nigga voice rise like Mariah Carey a month ago.
Wow.
That nigga hit a note like Mariah Carey, didn't he? Big 200, Skip! Big 265 pounds rock solid muscle. The Dracula made that nigga hit a note like Mariah Carey. Wow. So what's happening is Shannon Sharp is getting a nigga wake up call. But when you look at this now, you're in the NFL, you're in the NBA, you're a gym rat. You've been indoctrinated by these folks since you was a child. That's why you go marry the white woman like Shannon Sharp. You only talk down on your people. You primarily, I'll say it like that, primarily, you only rebuke and criticize your people. None of these niggas got no critique or rebuke for Brett Favre. Still, Brett Favre is a criminal on the loose right now that robbed millions of dollars from a poor, Jackson, Mississippi. That cracker still, let me not try to get the page shut down. That Edomite still out and free and still has a deal with Nike.
It was welfare embezzlement, correct?
Yes, welfare
Yes, sir.
embezzlement. All Kyrie Irving had to do to get his Nike deal thrown away was tweet a link to Hebrews to Negroes to Hebrews, whichever one it is. That's all he had to do. He lost his deal. This devil actually committed a crime and is free right now, living better than everyone on this stage, and still kept his Nike deal. You understand? There's a difference between us in these sports compared to their real heroes, their white heroes in this sport. Mute my mic.
Hey, that's real right there, and that show you how they stay loyal to their own people. And that's the problem. That's the problem right there we got. So going back right there to what Isaiah has said, if we build our own league and stuff like that, If the mind is not loyal to your own nation, it's not gonna help. And we seen it happen back then. The same thing with Black Wall Street when they got destroyed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. When they built it right back, the thing that destroyed was integration. Integration destroyed it again. Our own people destroyed the next one by accepting the other nation, by envying them, by saying, "Hey, I want to be like them." That show you the mindset that we got. Hey, Dion, welcome on stage.
Hey, shalom, shalom. Most High Christ bless.
Most High Christ bless.
Shalom, Most High in Christ bless, sir.
Hey, listen. I heard you say maybe somebody had mentioned about starting our own league, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who's gonna sponsor it?
That's a good question right
That's
there.
a good question, sir.
The league, all these leagues, they run off sponsors. Whether it's Gatorade, Nike, Geico, Allstate, whatever it may be. All of those are white corporations. So what black corporation is going to sponsor an all-black league? None of them.
It ain't none.
Sean John ain't gonna do it. CMG Cocaine Music Group ain't gonna do it. Jay-Z, Rockefeller, they ain't gonna do it. And all these companies got Jewish people running them, by the way. CMG Cocaine Music Group by Yo Gotti is actually run by Universal Music Group, which is ran by a Malachite. So all of these things, all these people always say, "Well, we should start our own league." Okay, and then who's going to sponsor your league? Because that's how they make their money. They make their money off their sponsors. So once again, we really need to just get out of sports completely. And this is coming from somebody that plays sports. I know y'all love it. I know you've been conditioned to love it, and that's what you plan your yearly trips around it. Wherever the Cowboys gonna be, that's where you go. The Eagles or whatever the case may be. That's your team. That's your team that you love. You've always been a fan since you were a kid, and you base your whole life around it. If they lose, you say we lost. You ain't played a damn down. Oh man, shoot, man. If we would have hit that shot, what you mean we? You ain't on the team. What you talking about? That's how these Greekish fashions have become a part of our lives. We've been corrupted by them. That's why the Bible says we not set by the honors of our fathers. We like the glory of the Grecians best of all. We don't care anything about King David. Oh, that's the Bible. That's old. Nah, those are ancestors. The white man honor his ancestors. That's why every time Mercedes-Benz come out with a new car, like Bishop Yawasop said, you go to Mercedes-Benz headquarters, and they got the very first car that they ever made right there in the middle. And then they go generation to generation. Every single car that they made, the cars got better and better and better. And guess what? They highlight that. You go to the white man's stadium, his arena, he got all the old jerseys of all the old players that played because he remember legacy. He remember his legacy. That's his. He got all the owners up there, all the coaches, all of the jerseys that have been retired, all of the trophies. Why? Because this is his legacy. You understand? So he gonna keep his legacy going. We don't have any of that. This Bible is ours, but we don't want it. Get that in Malachi 4 and 5 real quick. That's what the prophet Elijah came back on the earth to do. To turn your heart back to your fathers. Read it.
The book of Malachi, chapter 4, and verse 5. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse.
So that's prophecy. The Bible is prophetic. And it says that the Lord's going to send Elijah the prophet. Elijah the prophet has come and gone 3 times. He was here as Elijah. He was here as John the Baptist. And then he came in the form of another man in the 1960s. Some speculate that. But we know he's come and gone because we know we're the Israelites now. So you may have never heard black men talk like this. Well, what black men don't like sports? What black men don't have a favorite team? We those guys. We could care less. We couldn't care less. We don't give a damn. We focus on the scriptures and our ancestors. That's what we look up to. We look up to the Davids and the Jeremiahs and the Isaiahs. The Abrahams and Isaacs and the Jacobs. Noah. Those are our forefathers. Those are our ancestors. That's what we care about. Because before the Lord come and smite this earth with a curse, because he gonna smite it. Oh, best believe he gonna smite it. Before he do that, the Bible says that we have to have our heart turned back to our fathers. Our fathers written in the Bible. Our fathers didn't give a damn about no Dallas Cowboys or no Philadelphia Eagles or no Kansas City Chiefs or no pigskin football. Nobody, they didn't give a damn about that. We were too busy trying to rule kingdoms. We descend from kings. Our ancestors ruled kingdoms. You shot a white man, he don't really worry about winning or losing. He don't give a damn. He gonna make his money anyway. He just have you thinking that. If he win, think about this. They always say, well, why do you want to win a championship? They say, well, if you win a championship, there's more sponsors, there's more endorsements, there's more money. He gonna get the money anyway. He has a product that cannot be beaten. The NBA is a product that'll never go out. It won't go out until Christ burned this place. Same with the NFL. People gonna watch that until the day that Jesus Christ cracked the sky, y'all. It's a winning product. So he don't really care. If he lose, they be sitting back in the background laughing. I bet you, I speculate that many of these owners already know if their team gonna win that year or not. I believe they sit in a boardroom and they say, okay, look, the Lakers done won 4 years in a row. Listen, we got to give it to someone else. Let's have some type of dramatic story happen. Let's have LeBron miss the game winning shot. And let's let the Chicago Bulls finally get back on top. All right? And everybody agree with that? John, you agree with that? Yeah, I agree with it as long as I get my $30 billion. James, you agree with that? Yeah, I don't give a damn as long as I get my $400 billion. They laughing at us. They laughing at you getting your face painted, getting the team tattooed, getting the team's name and logo tattooed on your leg. They laughing at you. They say, look at these niggas.
Hey, that big ass number one padded finger.
They laughing at us, y'all. The elites of the world laughing because they know it means nothing.
Hey, Dion.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the $40 million slaves handy? The book. You have that with you?
No, sir, but I can get it.
Okay. Remember, if you can, or if anybody got it, there's a part in that book where it shows you that sports in America came about on the slave plantation. And it was used to squash slave rebellions. It was used to subdue you, use up all your energy, and create an environment of friendly competition with fellow slaves. They would get on a baseball field and it would build camaraderie amongst the slaves, basically, but to not to leave, but to release tension, basically. You can look it up. It's a book. It's called $40 Million Slaves. It's a book based on
you breaking up real bad, Benji.
It was the Lakers. Black Johnson was a proponent of getting a new collective bargaining agreement. And the Lakers fans was on him and said, Larry, you're nothing but a $40 million slave. And guess what? I hate to say it, but the man is correct at that particular time. Yes. You understand? So I want y'all to understand that's what sports in America was used for. And it's the same thing today. If you look up the 2001 Major League Baseball Finals, it was the the Arizona Diamondbacks versus the New York Yankees. And it was right after 9/11. If y'all remember, everybody was all, sad about 9/11. The towers went down. What was used as a way to help with the spirit of America? Everybody wanted the New York Yankees to win that game, that series, even though they lost. But it was used as a way for Americans to come back together and be one at that moment. Except for the Arabs, by the way, not the Arab Americans, not them. They were the terrorists at the time. Nobody liked them at the time. But y'all get the point. It was used as a way to bring people together for camaraderie and sport, and we're still here, and it brought out that American quote-unquote pride. All right, so I pray if anybody got that book, could bring it out later. Mute my mic.
Hey, get First Maccabees 1 and verse 11. Y'all might have read this already, but I want to get First Maccabees 1 verse 11. Let me show you how our ancestors, the wicked of our ancestors, how they thought um, when it came to being ruled over by the Greeks. When we were being oppressed by the Greeks, it was one of those situations where if you can't beat them, join them. And that's the mentality that many of you black people in America have also developed. Read that for me.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 11. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men.
Wicked men.
Who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us.
Covenant mean a contract. Let us go and sit down and negotiate a contract with the heathen that are round about us. Meaning what? The Greeks that were oppressing us. We wicked. We want money. We want fame. Let us go make a contract with the heathen. Go ahead.
For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
That's why black folks want to start their own league right there. Because they know if they depart from the white man, they're going to have much sorrow. They're not going to make, because they know, the white man going to say, okay, y'all niggas want to leave? Bet. Nobody going to sponsor y'all league. We won't have any sponsors at all. Go ahead.
Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
Go ahead.
Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the custom of the heathen.
Stop. It says certain of the people who were so forward herein. When it say they were so forward herein, meaning they believed wholeheartedly that this was going to work. They knew they people. They knew how gifted we were athletically. They knew how strong we were in body. They said, "Look, I can bet you that if we go to the king and we tell him what we decide to do, and helping our brothers and our sisters get assimilated to these sports, I'm guarantee you he'll go for it." And it said it pleased the king well. He was like, "Yeah, hell yeah, y'all need to do that for sure." He gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen. Go ahead.
Verse 15. And made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What that last part say? And they were what?
Sold to do mischief.
Don't they trade you now? Don't they pursue you in free agency? You're being sold. You come in the locker room one day and they say, "Hey, look, we just sold." They won't say sold you. They'll say traded you. We just traded you to the Arizona Diamondbacks for cash and a potential first round pick next year. You're being sold. You and your family, you just closed on a house in Portland, Oregon, and now they shipping you to cold ass Boston, Massachusetts. They don't give a damn. Hey man, you better sell that house. Hey, look, sorry about that, man. You can always come back to Portland in the summertime if you want. You be just, you're gonna pay mortgage on this house and pay on the one in Boston. Come on, man. You're being sold to do mischief. You're being sold to do evil. Oh yeah, and in those contracts, there are incentives where you have to do things like Habitat for Humanity. You have to do different things like the Boys and Girls Clubs, Salvation Army, any of those things. Now, some of you may say, "Well, what's wrong with that? Those are all good causes." Well, if you do the Salvation Army, they're gonna dress your ass up in a damn not Halloween. Well, you might well say Halloween, a Santa Claus costume, and have you outside a damn Kmart ringing a bell. And you're gonna be like, I'm $40 million. I got a $40 million contract. Why the hell I gotta wear a Santa Claus suit out and put little balanced little white kids on my knee and say ho 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 Merry Christmas? Cause you a $40 million slave. That's why. And if you don't do it, nigga, we'll cut your contract. So you can put on this suit with the white beard, or you can shut up and get your contract taken from you. You're sold to do mischief. It's the same thing. Same thing. I remember my
Heavy stuff, man. And as I can see, the scriptures match our people. It let us know what we got to do. and what the stuff that we should look out for. So we're going to fall for the trap. And that's why, a lot of our people, they go into the sports thing, they go into the football, and they feel stuck, they get hurt. That's the worst thing. You go to football.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Pod Noah 100 in the comments said Maccabees is not the true word. Who are you to say it's not the
Oh,
true word?
hell no.
That's what I'm saying. Who are you not to say? He said the Maccabees is not the true word. Let me help him out because he don't know the Bible. Go to Daniel chapter 8 right quick. I'm telling you, man, some of y'all need to shut up. Go to Daniel chapter 8. I want you to read 8. It's
You
not the
said verse.
true word. You don't know the Bible.
Yes, sir. You said
Daniel
verse 8.
prophesied. Daniel prophesied of the Maccabean revolt. Daniel chapter 8, verse 8.
Yes, sir. The book of Daniel, chapter 8 and verse 8. Therefore, the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up four notable ones toward the four winds of heaven.
So who that's talking about? Pod Noah. Pod Noah 100. Come up on stage. Tell us who they're talking about. Talking about we reaching with Maccabees. Who is this talking about? Let's go into the prophecy. Since you want to talk, let us take you in deep waters. Come on in these deep waters and drown real quick.
No, I sent you an invite, except don't just
Come
start.
on stage and tell us who is this talking about right here, and what is this talking about? Since you say Maccabees ain't the word of God, come show us what Daniel talking about right here in these deep waters. Come swim down here. We'll give you a second to come up.
Come on, Pat Noah, don't be a keyboard warrior.
I want to know who the he-goat is. I want to know who the great horn is, and I want to know who the four notable ones toward the four winds of heaven. Who that?
Let's see if he's gonna come up. Let's see if he a prophet of God like he preaching to be.
Okay. Well, that's what I thought. So let's read that again.
Yes, sir. Daniel 8 and 8.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Daniel chapter 8, verse 8. Therefore, the he-goat waxed very strong, very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up four notable ones toward the four winds of heaven.
So I'm gonna take y'all on a journey for 1 second. So now, therefore the he-goat waxed very great. Who is the he-goat? Go to the book of Daniel chapter 8. I want you to read verse 20 and 21.
Daniel 8 and 20 and 20. The ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia.
So Daniel saw a vision of a ram and a he-goat interlocking their horns. They were colliding with each other. And the ram had two horns, and those horns were symbolic of the kingdom of Media and Persia. Go ahead.
And the rough goat.
And the he-goat, the rough goat that we read about in verse 8, go ahead.
Is the king of Grecia.
Read.
And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king.
Wait a minute. Who was the first king of Grecia? Who was the first king of the Greeks? See, what you don't understand is this Bible is a book of prophecy. And within the book, the Most High showed our ancestors what was going to come to pass in the future after their times. Daniel was during the Babylonian captivity. Daniel saw this vision, and the Lord gave him the interpretation of the vision that he-goat was the king of Grecia, and the great horn that was in between his eyes was the first king. Now, go to First Maccabees 1 and 1.
Yes, sir.
Oh, y'all reaching. Y'all reaching with Maccabees. That ain't the word of God. Shut up. First Maccabees 1 and 1.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece.
The what?
The first over Greece.
Wait a minute. Daniel saw that in the Babylonian captivity? The Lord showed Daniel that there was going to become a man that was going to be the first over Greece. See, he didn't give Daniel his name, but we get his name right here. His name was Alexander the Greek, the son of Philip the Macedonian. Some of you may know him as Alexander the Great. Look it up. We ain't making this up, man. So the first ever king over Greece was Alexander. Our ancestor Daniel saw it in the Babylonian captivity, proving what? The Maccabees is the word of God. That's why it's in the Bible. That's why before you got your King James Version Bible you got now, or the NIV or whatever you read, you got the 1611 King James Version Bible. It's in there. The Hebrew, Greek, and Latin scholars of the time that were from Oxford, by the way, that were with King James, who he used to translate the Bible, they didn't say, hey, we shouldn't use this Apocrypha. No, it was already a part of Scripture. You don't know what you're talking about. You following the white man's rhetoric. He the one told you it wasn't Canaan. And why he told you it wasn't Canaan, he was telling you niggas neither Jew nor Greek after he hung your ancestors. He hung your ancestors, then he said neither Jew nor Greek, bond nor free. We all are one in Christ Jesus. Oh, now we all one in Christ Jesus. When you was hanging us from trees, we wasn't one in Christ Jesus then, though. Come on, man. Wake up. You black people that come against us, you need to wake up. Some of you Christians are some of the most dangerous people on the planet Earth because you actually believe that your oppressor has done nothing wrong. That's dangerous. And you will actually come against your brothers who you know we do this. Who you think you're dealing with? You know we do this. Now, we read in Daniel chapter 8, verse 8, and I'll let my plane after this. We read in Daniel chapter 8, verse 8. It said that the he-goat, I want to go back to it real quick because I want to just break this down real fast. Daniel chapter 8, verse 8, one more time.
Daniel 8:8. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up four notable ones toward the four winds of heaven.
So go back to First Maccabees 1:1. So it says, when he was strong, meaning when the kingdom of Grecia was strong, it said the great horn was broken, meaning he died. I'm going to show you that in the Bible. First Maccabees 1, verse 2 now.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 2. And made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth.
Talking about Alexander, go ahead.
And went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him.
That's what it means. He waxed strong. The he-goat waxed strong. He took over the world. He destroyed many nations. Look it up. Go look up Alexander the Greek's escapades. He destroyed many nations. He put many nations in subjection to serve him. Go ahead.
Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries, and nations, and kings, who became tributaries unto him.
See that? They had to pay him tribute, taxes. Go ahead.
And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die.
So he fell sick and knew that he was going to die. That's what we read in Daniel 8 when it said the great horn was broken. That means Alexander the Greek died. Go ahead. And he died from being a homosexual. Go ahead.
Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive.
Go ahead.
So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then died. And his servants bare rule, every one in his place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them, many years.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And evils were multiplied in the earth.
So it said evils are multiplied in the earth. So I want to show you something. So when you look up Alexander the Greek, and when you look up the how he those that came up with him, how he gave each one of them their own area to rule, those men were named Lysimachus, Cassander, Ptolemy, and Seleucus. Those were his four notable. Those are the four notable ones, the honorable ones that came up after him toward the four winds of the earth. This you when I don't understand you all. Y'all come against us as if we're idiots. We're not gonna say anything or pull a scripture from a passage or pull a scripture from a book, and we don't have the background. Y'all got to stop this. So let me get it real quick. Can somebody post a map? Post a map for me. So Ptolemy had Egypt, right? Ptolemy had Egypt. I want to say Lysimachus had Syria, or either Cassander
I
had
got it written
Macedonia.
down if you want me to read it, sir.
Yeah, put it on. Put it there for me.
Yes, sir. So on my Bible, I got Ptolemy having Egypt,
Right,
Seleucus having Syria,
right.
Babylon, and Persia. Cassander had Macedonia and
Right.
Greece, and Antiochus or Lysimachus had Thrace and Asia Minor.
So we this is what the Bible's talking about. So when somebody said we reaching by using the Maccabees, they don't know what they're talking about. Daniel prophesied about what was going to happen during the time of the Greeks. All right. So you guys need to just relax and stop thinking you know something because you don't know anything. All right. So I'm my mic. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, so we got Flying Dutchman. How you doing tonight?
How you doing, brothers?
Hey, what you think about the topic or anything that you heard so far?
I like everything I hear so far.
All right, so you think black men should stop playing football?
Yes, I do.
So what do you say with the people that say, it's just sport, that's another way to make it out the hood?
That's like gladiator stuff, man. That's
You
like
said,
gladiator sports. It's like blood sport, man. That's just for their entertainment.
all right.
A lot of them is messed up in the head after all this. Once it's all over said and done, brain damage, all types of things.
Now, I've heard Delante, Joe, Joseph, feel free to jump in. All right, you too as well, Flying Dutchman. Now, I've heard a lot of people say, yeah, the black man should stop playing it, right? Now, y'all know the reason sponsors sponsor those games is because people watch them. So now, my question to all of y'all is, have y'all stopped watching football yet?
I
Yes.
don't watch it.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
watch it. It was set. I look at it like it was set up because my cousin told me from the beginning. They bet. It's a setup, so they already know who's gonna win and all that stuff. Anyway, I don't watch it.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? So, y'all.
What up, DJ?
What up,
Doing
man? So, what you guys talking about?
Let Flying Dutchman finish and then you can just jump in on it.
yeah, it's just football to me. It's like set up. Basketball is set up. Everything is set up for them, man. It's not set up for us. It's just to make them laugh, man. To me, whoever get hurt, they don't care. They're just replaceable. And if we can't see that, I don't know what's going on.
It's a trap. We're still stuck in the trap, man. Our eyes are blind.
I had something to add if I could.
Yeah, after that, DJ, go ahead.
Yeah, so I came in on top. So, you guys talking about if black men should stop playing football?
Yes, sir.
Is it football or sports, period?
Talking about
Sports
right now.
people.
We're talking about football.
Football. So, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you like it is. So, you know what's funny about this? The comment, the tweet that Skip Bayless said, right? They got everybody controversial about him, saying, praying for DeMar Hamlin, but this is a serious game and they should never stop it, postponed it. Everybody got mad at him because they taking it as he cared about the game more than DeMar Hamlin's health. But as soon as DeMar Hamlin woke up in the hospital, the first thing he said is, "Who won?" So he cared about the game too.
How do you? So okay, here's the thing. How do you even know he said that, bro?
Shade room.
The shade room.
Yeah.
You know how many lies? You know how many lies are told on the shade room, brother?
Mm.
That's not a credible source.
I mean, they got. I mean, they got like they. I mean, they got like 89 million followers.
What does that mean? So does CNN, and they lie to you all the time.
Oh,
So what I'm saying is, listen,
but
you
this not
play
just
sport.
on the Shade Room, bro. It's on the NFL page on Instagram.
They lie to you too. What do you? Come on, brother. Let me tell you something.
Everybody lying now.
Let me tell you something. How old are you?
23.
Okay, you a young man. So let me help you out with something. I played professional sports, and professional sports is one of the number one catalysts for lies and propaganda. When they want to push homosexual agendas, they use professional athletes. When they want to push holidays, they use professional athletes. When they want to push any type of agenda that they want, if they want to turn the whole world against Kyrie Irving, they use fellow athletes. When
Politics.
they want to push politics, they turn to athletes. Athletes are some of the most notable figures in the black community and in the world. That's why when Kyrie Irving put that tweet out, everybody jumped on him because of how much of a influence he has. So, as a former professional athlete, I'm telling you, they're not always telling you the truth. Sometimes you go in these locker rooms and those media people that come in there, they telling you, hey, I need you to say this, I need you to say that. I need this to be said, I need that to be said. I've sat there and watched my teammates say something and then go read the paper the next day and they said something totally opposite. I've seen it.
Wow.
So I'm showing you, or what I'm telling you is a lot of times what you think is real ain't real. The Bible calls the media the mouth of the dragon. The dragon is going into the devil. Anything the devil wants to be put out in the earth, and the word devil means deceiver, by the way.
Mm.
To anything they want to put out there to deceive any one of us, they put in the media. When they have, this is how they do. So when the young man that woke up, I forgot his name.
DeMar Hamlin.
Yes, sir. I don't want to disrespect him. DeMar Hamlin. When the brother woke up, they said that he had his head was pounding to the point to where it would felt like a severe headache. There's no way. The first thing he asked was, "Did we win the game?" He didn't even know what he was. That's all a ploy by the white man to make you and I think that guy's tough. That's a true warrior for the Buffalo Bills. Look at his teamwork. Look at his warrior spirit. So now
Oh, he's
all
a
young
strong
black men.
man. He's a very
So,
strong guy.
all you see, you even fell for it. All young black men that subscribe to football are gonna watch him and say, you know what, I want to be like that.
Me too.
I want to grow up and to be like that. I want to give my all. I used to hear teammates say, if my coach asked me, I'll run through a brick wall. Are you crazy? You wouldn't even do that for your mama, but you would do that for this white man because he your coach. Oh man, that coach motivated me, man. He made me want to run through a brick wall.
Hey, Dion.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
brother Dion. Hey, real quick. Now, the young man just said when the first thing he said when he woke up was, "Oh, who won the game?" So wait a minute. So who told him? Who told the reporter that? Was the reporter in the room while this brother was in a coma before he woke up? Who told that man that?
He had family in the room.
Exactly. It wasn't no damn reporter in the room. So this man woke up. His mama, he woke up and saw his mama. And the first thing out of his mouth to his own mama was, "Mama, did the Buffalo Bills win the game?" Come on, brother. You gotta be logical. Let's be logical here. All right. We know you're a young man, but some things that's in the media. Listen, a lot of athletes hate the media, and this is
What?
the reason why. A lot of athletes hate the media. And this is the reason why, brother. Because the media lies. They lie. That's what they do. Their job is to lie, not to tell the truth. Mute my mic.
Hey, remember when they made Andrew Wiggins get the vaccine 2 years ago?
Yeah,
They
I
for,
remember that. I was there
they,
for
Yes.
it.
they
Yes,
forced him.
sir.
They forced him to get the vaccine. He didn't want to do it. But he was getting pressured by family, friends, the media. They were saying he was unsportsmanlike. He wasn't a team player. Same thing they did to Kyrie. And he felt. I remember watching the interview where he finally agreed to do it. He did an interview with him, and he said, "I guess to in order for me to continue my career, I guess I just get the vaccine." He was so distraught. He looked like a young boy. Andrew Wiggins, damn near 30. If he ain't 30 by now, he a grown man.
Nah,
But
he only 28,
yeah, but he been in the league for a minute. He signed like a
2015.
$148 million contract with the Timberwolves. This man is a millionaire. But they broke him down. That's what they do. They make you feel like you have no way out. They pressure you. I've been there. You say what they want you to say. You do what they want you to do. And that's why in the Bible we read earlier, where it said in First Maccabee 1:15 again, that's why I say this.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 15. And made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief.
It said we joined ourselves to the heathen, that's the other nations. And then it said we were sold to do mischief. Athletes are sold, bought and sold every single day. When you get drafted, it's a high honor in today's society. But you're being like for instance, when I was drafted, there were people that got drafted either before me or after me that the same day they got drafted, they were sold to another team for a future draft pick and cash. That's sold. That ain't oh, he traded them. No, they sold you. That was a transaction. That's why they have to have a lawyer there, a power of attorney. It has to be signed off by both teams. That's a transaction. You're a transaction to them. That's what they do. And even when you're a free agent, what do? They lure you in, they have you come, they have Magic Johnson come sit with you, or I don't know, Isaiah Thomas, Michael Jordan. Hey, come to this team, come to that team. And then you sign a contract. They just bought you. They bought your service. That's what the Bible means when it said we were sold to do mischief. We're sold to deceive our own people. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Bible talking about. Sound like you had something. Go ahead, DJ.
No, you keep going.
All right, let me show you something else. So watch this. Go to Deuteronomy 28. I'm going to show you a curse real quick. Verse 41.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 41.
Watch this.
Thou shalt beget sons and daughters,
So this is talking about the Israelites. The Israelites will have sons and daughters.
but thou shalt not enjoy them,
Mm-hmm.
for they shall go into captivity.
So we always use this to show how in slavery, they would take our sons and daughters and they would sell them to another race of people. And that did happen. Let's bring it up to today. Nowadays, prep school coaches will approach your mother and father when you're an eighth grader, ninth grader, say, hey, let me take him to this boarding school. Let me help fine tune his game. And then I'll make him a better player. He'll get heavily recruited. And what you do, you get up, you move from wherever state you was in, and you move to Bradenton, Florida to go to IMG Academy. Or you go up to Brewster Academy, way up in Maryland or wherever it is. You go over here to Maine, or you go. Your mama living in Los Angeles, California. You go to Christ the King in New Jersey. They do that all the time. They take your sons and your daughters and they sell them. Oh, she gonna be good. She gonna be a good player, but you need to let her come and live with me so I can develop her talent. And mama and mothers and fathers would trust this white man to take their 15-year-old child, 16-year-old child, take them across the country, all because they say they can make him a better player and that he can possibly make it to the NBA or the NFL. So you can't enjoy your kids. You don't get a chance to enjoy your kids because they too busy at practice, too busy at workouts, too busy at 5 a.m. training, too busy at study hall. That's what they do to them when they become prep school stars. I'm telling you, I know. I lived that life. 25 years I lived that life. I'm telling you. So
Hey,
that's all.
Dion, don't they fill you up too? They fill you up. They actually grab you and fill your muscles. Like it's like being a stud. Like they really do fill
Yeah.
you up, look you up and down, grab you, see where you strong and weak at, push it, turn and twist your shoulders. Imagine that. They do it though.
Bro, they put you inside this capsule called the hyperbolic chamber. And the hyperbolic chamber is supposed to feed your red blood cells to help you recover faster. They lock you up in that thing. You can't get out of it. The only way you get out of it is if the timer goes off and they come and get you out of it. They also put you in this, it's another thing that they have. It's shaped like an egg. And they put you inside of it and it measures your body fat, right? It'll tell you your height, your weight, your body fat, all of that. I forgot what the name of it was. We used to do it when I was in college. But these are just things they do. They're experimenting on you. You ever seen Get Out? Anybody ever seen the movie Get Out?
Yes, sir.
You remember they were sitting at the table and the white boy said, "How tall are you? About 6'2"?" He said, "Man, with those shoulders, if you dedicated yourself with your physique and your physical makeup," he said, "you would be a beast."
Damn.
Come here, let me put you in the headlock real quick. I just want to just see how you get out of headlock. I want to see how strong you are. That's how he look at us. He look at us as cattle, chattel slaves. But because they offer incentives, they offer money. In your mind, you say, "Man, shoot, my mom in the hood. This the only way I'm gonna get out. I got to go play this sport." But what you don't realize is when you play that sport and when you accept that money, you become their slave. And if you do not, and if you say anything about the oppression happening to your people, if you want to do anything for your people, they deny it. They go against it. And they force you to keep your mouth shut. I live that life. Can't nobody tell me. It's nothing that anybody can tell me about professional sports. I live that life and collegiate sports. I've done it. So I'm telling you by experience, if you not the LeBron Jameses and the Steph Currys, oh, and even they are slaves, don't get me wrong. But anybody else, you're
They
unacceptable.
slaves. They got enough power to do what they want.
Okay. So what happened when LeBron
Nah.
James started to speak up about the oppression going on to his own people, to George Floyd's? What did the white woman from the media, what did she say to him?
Shut
Uh,
up and dribble.
So she told a bit she made
but
she may barely make $100,000 a year. She told a billionaire, "Hey nigga, shut up and dribble."
but like I'm saying, like they can't get canceled or nothing.
Okay, they can't get counseled. Okay. So here's a story for you. There's a man named Chris Jackson. He changed his name to Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. Now he plays in the Big Three. He's like 50 something years old.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was nice. He was
He
nice.
was nice, bro. He was nice. When he converted to Islam and he didn't want to stand for the American flag, what they do to him?
Wow, I remember that.
They pushed him out the league. Remember I told you about the media earlier? The media will make it seem like you crazy. This just in. LeBron James has another one of his psychotic episodes in the locker room. He's really losing his mind. And they'll have that repeated all on the social media. And everybody be saying, "Man, Bron really going crazy out here." But really what it is, they messing with him. They picking with him. They taking incentives from him. They threatening his children, threatening his wife. They doing this to him and doing that to him. You don't see it because you're not on that level. You seeing everything through a lens, which they call the media or the camera. But in his real life, his personal life, they coming after him. He feel that pressure, and now what he got to do? He got to submit or lose everything that he worked for. And not many people gonna lose everything they work for. That's how they do. That's why the Bible say this. Ephesians 6 and 12. Watch this. Ephesians 6 and 12.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 6 and verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world,
Mm-hmm.
against spiritual wickedness in high places.
So some people call it Illuminati. Some people call it this, call it that. Some people call it Freemasonry, whatever. The Bible still tells us that there is rulers of the darkness of this world that have, and there's spiritual wickedness in high places. The people that give you these billions of dollars and these millions of dollars, they don't play fair. You sign your life over to them. You make a covenant with them, and you better hold up your end of the bargain. There have been stories of them doing things like getting you drunk at a party and letting another man go down on you and record it. So
What?
anytime you book, they bring you into the lock. They bring you into their office and say, "Hey, the tweet that you made about the black man in America being the true Israelites. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to take that down, and I'm gonna need you to come out and apologize for your anti-Semitic tropes. Oh, that's not anti-Semitic. We are the Israelites. Oh yeah, you remember this video? And they show you a video up on the TV screen, the flat screen TV that they got hanging up in their office or in their conference room, and it's you doing homosexual acts with another man while you drunk, or another man ramming you in your behind, and you like, oh shit, oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, man, like you said, yeah, we not the Israelites. Then all of a sudden you come out of nowhere. I just want to give an apology to my Jewish community. I never meant to hurt anybody's feelings. I never
See
went to
me.
go against anybody's religion. That's what they do.
Oh, see, I'm not backing down. I ain't holding my tongue for nothing. I'm not apologizing to
Okay,
nobody.
okay, all right. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you, big dog. But I'm just letting you know that's what these brothers face. So this is the reason why Nick Cannon. All you hear about Nick Cannon now is how many baby mamas he got. That's it.
Because he used to talk about the Israelite stuff.
Exactly. And then they railroaded him. They took Wilding Out from him. Viacom counseled him immediately afterwards, made him donate money from Wilding Out to a Jewish cause, made him sit down with a Jewish rabbi, and the Jewish rabbi destroyed him. Made him take that Professor Griff. He don't even do that podcast no more. They took it down. Same thing with Deshaun Jackson. Same thing with
Kanye?
uh Kanye West. Same thing
Kyrie.
with Wale from London. Same thing with Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar put on his album. Don't call me black no more. I'm an Israelite.
Same
I'm an
thing.
Israelite. Don't call me black no more. It ain't facts no more. What they do? They took the whole album down and made him resubmit the songs without all that on it.
Kodak did that too.
Yeah, bro. When people start realizing that we the Israelites, the white man get angry because he know he been lying to us all these years. So that's what they do to our athletes. No matter how much money they get, yeah, they got money. Yeah, you say nobody can counsel them. Oh, they can be counseled. They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want to do to you in their world, in their realm. One more script. Isaiah 28. Is it 15? Made a covenant with death.
Yes, sir. The book of Isaiah, chapter 28 and verse 15. Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. For we have made lies our refuge,
Mm.
and are under falsehood have we hid ourselves.
So I'm gonna break it down. It says, because ye have said we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When it said made a covenant with death, it mean a covenant with the white man. This is why a lot of these athletes and entertainers, they buck against the white man's order and his rule. First, he counseled them on social media. Then he find a reason to throw them in jail if that don't work. Then if throwing them in jail that don't work, all of a sudden they disappear. All of a sudden they die in their sleep. All of a sudden, Kevin Samuels, he's smashing some little nurse, and all of a sudden, while he's smashing her, he have cardiac arrest.
Wow.
All of a sudden, Andrew Tate, he in Romania, he in jail for sex trafficking, human trafficking. All of a sudden, Bill Cosby, he done raped 60 damn little tomboy looking white girls. It's just they look like freaking um
Yeah.
something you see at a basketball, one of these
Yeah.
old Edomite basketball coaches with the short haircut. He
Hold
could
on.
have had any of the women that he wanted in the 70s and 80s. He was a
Yeah.
millionaire in the 70s and 80s. But
Same
now
thing
all
with
of a
Deshaun
sudden,
Watson.
thank you. Deshaun Watson, same thing. Bill Cosby was about to buy NBC. They said, hell no, nigga, you ain't buying no NBC because they give you too much power. Put his old ass in jail. They didn't give a damn. But what's his name? Weinstein. And what's the other one name? Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen admitted to giving people AIDS, and he out right now. I'm showing you when these brothers and sisters sign these contracts on these high levels, they make covenants with death. And they are, and when they say hell, they in agreement. That ain't talking about a fiery place under the earth. That means our oppression. They are okay with our oppression because the money that they get is to silence them about our oppression. They can't talk about it because if they talk about it, they say, nigga, shut up and dribble. I don't like my politics from my athletes. Go dunk a ball, nigga. They used to, yes, sir, master. I go dunk that balls. I shut up. Why? Because you done made that covenant. I mean, I'm like,
Hey, Dion, when y'all used to travel, they used to tell you about the cities you're going to. When we went to Hawaii, Honolulu, it was telling us about the Asian people there. And like they always tell every city we go to for a bowl game, for a game far away, they say, listen, man, here's these people culture. They tell us about their culture. They're gonna bump you when you go to get water. If there's one left, they're gonna go in front of you and grab it. But let me tell you something here, niggas. If y'all get into a fight, I'm arresting you. They flat out said that. This is facts. This is exactly from a sheriff department. If you get into a fight, I'm arresting you because y'all are bigger, faster, and stronger. So they, even if you have that power, you can't even use it. You can't defend yourself because they tell you right. You know how many dudes like a bouncer be talking real reckless to one of your teammates, one of your guys you play with, and he knocked the bouncer out. Guess who's going to jail, nigga? You.
yes, sir. Facts.
Hey, let's go. Let's go to Jimmy. Yo, Jimmy Starks. All right, well, we wait on Jimmy to get his mic situated. Make sure you guys follow the room, Biblical Smoke. If you have any questions, you can email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Hashtag us on Twitter, Biblical Smoke. Let us know what you think about the topic. DJ, sound like you wanted to say something?
I was saying, okay, so Dion,
Yes, sir.
so you don't watch sports no more?
No, I barely have time. I might catch highlights there once in a while on YouTube while I'm surfing,
Oh,
but I
okay.
don't,
So,
I don't, I don't sit down. No, I don't sit down and watch it like
oh,
I
so you
used to. I
still
don't.
be catching up, tune in though?
Nah, I mean, I don't know a lot that's going on. Like I said, if I see a highlight of somebody scoring 50 or something going on, I might catch it, but I
So,
don't watch it. I don't sit down and watch the game. Like I don't study it like I did when I was a kid. Nah.
and like, what made you change that?
Well, first of all, I'm busy with my ministry. Like what we doing right here, I'm
Hmm.
really, really busy. Of course, I work, take care of my family, then I'm really busy doing the work of the Lord. So I don't have the time like I used to. Now, that ain't saying that I wouldn't, for workout purposes, go to the gym and shoot ball. You understand what I'm saying? Like I don't despise um, what I used to be in the sense that I was an athlete and it kept me in shape. It was healthy for my body. I don't despise that part of it. But when I look at the inner workings of it and the stress that not only myself but that many of my brothers and sisters go through just to try to please and entertain our oppressors, that's what I don't like. You understand? That's what bothers me, that we put so much of our time and effort and our life into something that they can take from us at any time. That ain't worth living for. So that's mainly what it is. But I understand that there's a ministry in that, and that there are brothers and sisters that still hooping and playing ball that listen to us, and I want them to be able to hear the truth
Oh yeah,
about what's going on.
you got people.
You
Yeah,
know what I
you got people in the sports, the sports world that believe in the Lord. You got like when you go on Instagram, you go in Russell Wilson or Steph Curry bio, they got scriptures, and believers. They're a believer.
So once again, you got to be okay. So you have to learn the Bible in order to be able to. Let me show you. Give me I'm gonna show you something. Go to Matthew 7:20 real quick.
Who, me?
Now the reader.
Yes, sir. The book of Matthew, chapter 7, and verse
And
20.
if you got a Bible with you, yeah, read along with us. So yeah, Matthew 7:20.
Matthew chapter 7 and verse 20. Wherefore, by their fruits ye shall know them.
So the Bible says, "By their fruits ye shall know them." How do I know that a tree is an apple tree?
Repeat that.
How would I know that a tree was an apple tree? How would I know that?
because of what it yield.
Hold up, like you would know a tree was an apple tree if you saw
Because it
apples
got
on it.
apples on it.
Right, for sure. It's the fruit. The fruit that come from it show what it is. But I may not know anything about husbandry or gardening. So if I see a tree sprouting, if I don't see what fruit coming from it, I may not be able to identify what it is, like somebody that actually do that type of stuff in their life that has been trained to know those things. But once that them apples start growing, I say, oh shit, that's an apple tree. You know what I'm saying? So the way you gonna know if somebody really believe in the Lord by their actions is by their fruit. That's why the Bible says, beware of false prophets who come in sheep clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. So my brother Steph Curry, my brother Russell Wilson, although they may have scriptures, you won't really know if they really men of God by how they live their life. So that's why I was telling you, you got to be mindful about the media. The media paints pictures in order to deceive the masses.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, you think he celebrate Christmas?
Uh, I think so. I think so.
Yeah, you can go on his Instagram right now. You can see Christmas. Him and his whole family got on
Mm.
Christmas clothing. You know what I mean, with the
Yeah,
Christmas
yeah,
tree in the background. Yeah,
yeah. They do. They do.
right. So is that a biblical holiday?
Nah,
Right. So how could he be following the Lord and believing the Lord, but he's celebrating something that the Lord is against?
because like, not saying he right. I'm not saying he wrong because a lot of people like Curry, all them sports people that's believers, they not hip or they don't know the truth. That's why it's up to y'all
Uh,
to teach.
okay, okay. So he don't believe yet. He don't believe yet.
Hmm.
So that's what you. So he not a believer. He don't know yet. If he might have heard it and just rejected, or he may have never heard it before at all. But
I'm saying,
still,
but I'm saying it's a lot of people. Even though y'all have a big movement, it's still a lot of people that don't know about the Israelites.
right, right. So he not a believer then. A believer. This is a believer. You got that for me, and Sirach? Here's a believer. This is what the Bible said. Because we go by the Bible. My emotions are out of the way. I don't have anything. I don't have any type of emotional feeling towards any of these brothers and sisters. I don't have hatred for them, dislike for them, nothing. I simply believe what the Word of God says. And the Word of God says this. If somebody's a believer, this is what they're going to do.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 32 and verse 24. He that believeth in the Lord taketh heed to the commandment, and he that trusted in him shall fare never the worse.
So he that believeth in the Lord is going to take heed to God's commandments. God's commandments say Passover, Feast of Dedications, the Sabbath day every Saturday. But they got Steph Curry playing on the Sabbath, breaking it. You understand? Whether he knows it or not, he still is not in God's category of a believer until he starts to keep the commandments. Then you'll see if he believes. Because if you tell him, hey, look, Steph Curry, according to the Bible, your wife ain't supposed to wear pants. You're going to see if he believes or not. Because now he got to go to his wife. He got to say, hey, baby, according to the Bible, you ain't supposed to wear them jeans. Let me give you a dress. Then you're going to see if he believes or not.
DJ, you get that?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to comprehend.
Hey, Jimmy, you got your
What's
mic
going on?
situated?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I got my mic. So
All right,
yeah,
no problem.
I just jumped in. You know, my brother he told me to jump in about this topic. Whether or not DeMar should play, football again. Or well, black men, but I mean, it's really generalized towards him. So, um, I mean, I'm not, you know, deep like my brother is on the religious side. I just know things like the Deshaun Jacksons and Chris Jackson, you know what I'm saying, and Steph Curry before Steph Curry. I knew about all that way back when. But, it's crazy how they try to ostracize, um, for your beliefs, you know what I'm saying? Towards like black, but and it's another situation that happened. I don't know if y'all recall Don Terry Poe when he kneeled for the Dallas Cowboys. You see, they cut him like a few days later, a few weeks later.
Yes, sir.
You know, um, but it's a lot of like I said, the Jews run sports media and all that. So it's just I'm just starting to look into like that aspect of it because I'm a sports junkie by far. So it's just like, man, it's crazy how you can lose everything because of your beliefs.
It's not, and you could be Muslim, you
Uh
could be
huh.
Christian, you could be whatever. But when you say you're an Israelite
Uh
and
huh.
that your people are the real Jews, that's where the problem comes in. Freedom of religion goes for anybody except for the Israelites. Because if we the Jews, then the people that's calling themselves Jews, there's no way that they can be. So that means all the lies that they perpetuate on this earth throughout our lifetime has to now be examined. And if it don't line up with the truth, it's gonna have to be exposed. And they ain't trying to be exposed. They want to
No,
keep their life going the way it's been going. Hey,
they
before
want
you
it.
move,
They want.
before you
They want.
before you go ahead, I'm sorry,
They
go ahead.
want fluidity. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. They want to run this thing. They want to run it. Hey, but I want to say something real quick before we move on, Jimmy, because you bringing out some heavy stuff. I want to let you keep going. Get Matthew
Okay.
6:24 real quick. Matthew chapter 6, verse 24. And I want to show you, I want to show Brother DJ this too, because our brothers and sisters that's in that lifestyle, whether it's in entertainment, whether it's in sports, a lot of times they love their money and they willing to sacrifice having a relationship with the Lord and being a light to their brothers because they love their money and their position. They're not willing to lose that. And they know if they do certain things, they'll lose it. So watch this, Matthew 6:24.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 24. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon.
That word mammon translates into money. You can't serve God and money. Because either you're going to love God and despise the money, or you're going to love the money and you're going to hate God. It's either one of the two. You
It's
can't
just
love both.
it's
Now,
just like feeding good wolf, bad wolf.
well, it's like this. The Bible don't say you can't be rich, but when you put those riches before God, that's where the issue comes in. There are many people in the Bible that was rich that served the Lord, like Nicodemus. Paul was rich at one time. Of course, he lost mostly all of his riches. But also Zacchaeus was a rich man. Joseph of Arimathea. These were all rich men, right? But yet they believed on Christ and they did good works towards his name and towards his followers. So those men were counted worthy. But not every rich man gonna move like that. A lot of rich men are arrogant and they're not willing to submit. That's why the Bible said in Matthew 19, you got that in Matthew 19 about the rich. I'm gonna get back to Jimmy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
23.
Yes, I'm here.
The book of Matthew, chapter 19, and verse 23. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Go ahead.
And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God.
It's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God because most rich men aren't humble enough to deal right towards the commandments of God. They're not willing to live their life in submission to God. They live their life in submission to that dollar bill. They're not willing to distribute. They're not willing to live a godly life because that godly life infringes on their ability to make money in certain aspects. Because a godly man, he ain't gonna work on the Sabbath day. He not gonna sell nothing on the Sabbath. He gonna shut his business down on Saturdays. Why? Because that's the Lord's day. He gonna get his money Sunday through Friday. But a lot of people not willing to do that. That's what the Bible's talking about. So when we were talking about Steph Curry, you can't serve God. You can't say I love God and I'm gonna post scriptures on my page, but don't do nothing God say. You trying to serve two masters. You can't do it. You're gonna love one or the other.
But he doesn't know that yet.
How you know he don't know that?
Maybe if like an Israelite came to him and told him the truth,
I'm saying Amari
Or he just
Stoudemire.
oblivious to it.
Amari Stoudemire is a known. Amari Stoudemire taught my cousin. My cousin played for the Portland Trailblazers for 8 years, and then played for the Sacramento Kings and the New Jersey Nets. One day I was talking to him. He said, "Yo, hey man, you know we the Israelites?" I said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been trying to tell you that." I said,
Mm-hmm.
"How you know?" He said, "I learned from Amari." So Amari Stoudemire done told people in the league that he an Israelite. Carmelo Anthony know that we the
Uh-huh.
Israelites. There's a lot of players that know we Israelites.
But you
So
know who else was?
I'm pretty sure Steph Curry know that.
But you know who else was one? And he was teaching Hebrew and all that. Reggie White.
Absolutely, he was. I remember that.
He was. That's why they called him Minister of Defense because he would always. They had a documentary about it. Like he would teach the Hebrew. Like I can't read it. Like he's real fluent in it, but the way he taught it, it was something different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember
Before
that.
Amari Stoudemire, you know what I'm saying? Like came with it. Amari Stoudemire, he bathed in wine and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? That you know is with his faith. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
that's
yeah, I
that's for
remember
dawn. You know what I'm
Reggie.
saying? Darkness before dawn.
I remember Reggie White was speaking against the powers that be, and going into the Bible and starting to bring out that we got to keep the commandments and love the Lord. So he was learning. All praise to the Most High. But at the end of the day, like I said, this is what we're supposed to be doing. Sports is not what we're supposed to be doing. If we never had sports, we still the Israelites, and that's what we just have not been taught. So now we have this infatuation or this love for these Greekish fashions because we have been um, programmed and grown up in these things. But there's always been something out there better for us, and that's these scriptures. That's our ancestors and what they did, and the fact that our King coming to redeem us from the hands of our oppressors. But sports dilutes that. Sports gives you a false narrative that all are created equal, and sports brings everybody together of all races and creeds and backgrounds. Yeah, if you submit to what they believe, but as soon as you kneel for the national anthem, which, by the way, the third stanza of the national anthem is extremely racist. They made sure they don't sing that. They
Yep.
made sure they took that out of them. So these are just the things we don't know. We haven't been taught.
You understand that, Jimmy?
Nah, I'm good. I, I'm getting a crash course.
Yeah, all praise, all praise. Hey, Sean, welcome on stage. You got anything you want to say on the topic? And DJ, you can go after him.
Okay,
Hi, how you doing?
I'm all right.
I'm good.
So similar to Dion, I used to play basketball. I just never went as far as him. Never had the discipline like he did. But what happened was what I noticed when I was playing basketball, like even now when I'm reading the Bible more, um, I find myself, it's like I'm idolizing it, you know? Like not anymore, but in the past, I find that even when you hear the commentators speaking, they talk about the basketball gods. And similar to football, like there's a Hall of Fame. You know, I feel like the whole purpose is idolization. You know, like when they talk about the basketball gods, the idea of being on Mount Rushmore, like a lot, like basketball is always. I feel it's against the Bible, like all these sports, because you're not giving glory to the Lord, right? You're giving glory to the sports, as you said, what the Greeks created from the gymnasium, like that article that I just read above. That was beautiful. I never knew that. So if you guys wanted to go into more scripture with that, um, I would love to hear.
Hey, I want to show them one thing real quick, brothers, and I'm gonna mute out. I know I've been going in. Hey, let me show you something. Go to Psalms 95 and verse 6. I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show you what athletes truly worship. And they don't realize that they're worshiping this. One of the things they worship is money. But I'm gonna show you another thing that they're worshiping. Give me Psalm 95, verse 6. Or 96 and 5, excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The book of Psalms, chapter 96, and verse 5. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens.
So it said all the gods of the nations are idols. So you heard about Buddha, Krishna, Shiva, which is a Hindu god, all these different idol gods. And that's what you think of when you think of idols. You think of things such as like deities, right? Baal, things like that. Beelzebub, whatever. So Isis or Ra, Horus, these are the things you think about. But I'm gonna show you there are more idols in America than there were during the time of the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians worshiped 365 gods. They worship a god for every day of the year. Same thing with the Arabs of old. But I'm gonna show you something. Give me that real quick in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 15, regarding idols. So if you don't have Wisdom of Solomon, it's in the Apocrypha. Let me show you the depth, the mindset of a man in today's time. Um, Go to the book of Wisdom of Solomon 15. I want you to read verse 4 for me.
Yes, sir. The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 15 and verse 4. For neither did the mischievous invention of men deceive us, nor an image spotted with diverse colors, the painter's fruitless labor,
Go ahead.
the sight whereof enticeth fools to lust after it. And so they desire the form of a dead image that hath no breath.
Our people desire the form of a dead image that have no breath. When you examine these championship trophies, they have different shapes to them. Some of them have a basketball on it, a football on it. Some of them even have a face. Some of them are even named after players. The Bill Russell Award, the Michael Jordan Award, the Vince Lombardi Trophy. And you say, what is so significant about winning that? That's just of silver and gold. What is the significance of that? It's an idol. You won't call your mama for weeks during the playoffs for that idol. You won't have sex with your wife or even spend time with her for months because of that idol. You won't even
Hey,
spend time with your kids because of that idol, because you want that trophy. Go ahead,
Dion,
Bill.
you know what's crazy? When you look at like some of these championship games, and you see the losing, especially like in college, when you see the college team lose the championship game, they're all on the bench crying their eyes out like the world is about to end. Like their whole world is crushed. You know, so it just goes to show they do idolize these trophies, these the accolades, the vainglory. It's all idolizing this thing. You my mic.
Yes, sir. Watch this. Read verse 8 and 9 too. To go with what Benji just said.
Verse 8. And employing his labors lewdly, he maketh a vain god of the same clay. Even he, which a little before was made of earth himself,
Mm.
and within a little while after returneth to the same out, of the which he was taken. When his life, which was lent, shall be demanded.
So your life that you have, the breath you have in your body to live, that was lent to you by God. But instead of serving God, you serve these vain gods that are made out of the same clay that you made out of. Think about that for a second. You're gonna die and go back to that same clay, but you worship these idol gods that a man made, a mortal man made these things, and you worship them. Somebody formed those trophies, melted those trophies down, made them, and you serve those. You spend your whole life or your whole career. Look at Chris Paul. Chris Paul been chasing a championship his whole career. Same thing with Patrick
Damn.
Ewing,
Carmelo.
Patrick Ewing, Carmelo. These brothers have put their bodies on the line for 15, 16, 20 years. When they in their 50s, they're going to barely be able to walk. All for what?
Mm-hmm.
To win a silver trophy? That's what the Bible is. It has become an idol to you. Watch this. Verse 9 gonna bring it home. Verse 9.
Notwithstanding his care is, not that he shall have much labor, nor that his life is short, but striveth to excel goldsmiths
Mm.
and silversmiths, and endeavoreth to do like the workers in brass, and counted it his glory to make counterfeit things.
You hear that? And counted it his glory to make counterfeit things. This is going into somebody that makes these idols, but also it can be used for somebody who wants to put these trophies up in their house. Their whole goal is to just get this trophy, this MVP trophy, whatever it may be, and put it up on their shelf in their house. Professional athletes barely spend time with their family.
Dion, I got a story for you, my brother.
Bring it out.
I got a story for you. But now that you mentioned these trophies and what we do for these trophies and how they put spirits on you. Now, Dion is he's gonna relate to what I'm about to say. Dion knows me. Some of these brothers know me, right? But now, I grew up a basketball player. I had a bunch of trophies. When I first came into what I'm doing now, which is the laws of God with faith in Christ and teaching the Bible, when I first came in to this knowledge, I still had my trophies up in the up on the ledge. You know what I mean? You know how you do. You put all your trophies in a little case like a freaking shrine.
Yep.
All your trophies is up. So everybody knows you the man of this house. You know? So one of my brothers came to the house for the first time. We were celebrating one of the Lord's high holy days, the new moon. It was our first new moon. Came to my house. He looked to the right, saw all my trophies just shining. You know what happened to that brother, y'all? He got spirits on him. Immediately, as soon as he came into the house, his first thought was to challenge me. To challenge me in what I do and what he may do. And the spirit of that competition and that vainglory and that is an emulation, that emulation came upon him. Just based on the trophies that he saw. My trophies they wasn't big as tall as 5 feet, 6 feet. They were small little trophies. Some of them were tall, some of them were short. But the point is this: it's made out of brass and wood. Somebody carved it together and gave it to you and put a little tab on it. It says 1989 world champion basketball team. Blah blah blah. Whatever. The trophy probably costs about $40 each, if that. You know, you get one in high school when you finish the season. Here, nigga, take a trophy. You was on the basketball team. Here, take a trophy. You understand? But that spirit for that competition against your brother, and I brought it out earlier. What a lot of you brothers don't understand in that competition world is that you could grow hatred for your own brother in that world, where you want to crash his body up, break his kneecap, make him twist his ankle, let him jump and step down on your foot and break his ankle. You understand? It's a violent, nasty world. And then here's what's so evil about it. We know this. A lot of us know these things. Like how we're finding out now with the young man from Buffalo. A lot of our people know this thing, but they won't say nothing. I'm going to mute my mic.
Did y'all look at the Cleveland Sports Talk? It was one guy that he really exposed the NFL about certain situations as far as money and all this stuff like that. That aspect.
Yes.
He
Yes.
went
Hey,
in. He
Jimmy.
went in.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yes.
I don't know if we saw the same thing, but I'm going to make a point as far as the young man from Buffalo, Damar Hamlin. Damar Hamlin, correct me if I'm wrong, he's played less than 3 years in the NFL.
Correct.
Right. The cutoff, the beginning to be vested to get your pension in the NFL is take a wild guess, y'all. 3 years.
It's 4 years.
4 years now?
It's 4.
Okay, 4 years. So guess what? That young man, if he does not play another game, he's not getting anything from that team, the Buffalo Bills or the NFL, because he's not vested. It takes 3 years, and the 4 years, and the average NFL
career is 4 years.
career is but the average NFL career is 2.7 years. The man was saying 2.7. Okay. So it's less time than you're gonna get your pension. The average is less for you to get your pension. They're not stupid. The NFL owners are not stupid. They're getting money, and it's a hustle.
You know they reduced the amount though.
Yes, like I do. Yes.
Now in the 80s.
Go ahead, brother.
Like in the 80s, like if you played before like the 90s or whatever, when they changed it over, like the max you can get was like 5,500 or so. But now when they redo the collective bargain agreements, It's less per month. That's like 45,000 a year. That's not enough. That's not enough to sustain a lifestyle. If you come from a millionaire lifestyle, that's nothing. That's pennies on a dollar, basically. The health
Hey,
benefits.
wait. So what you're saying is now we know why Shannon Sharp can't put hands on Skip. That nigga need a job.
Basically, all of them, Charles, all of them need something, income to support. You know what I'm saying? They $1 million lifestyle. They all need it.
It's a snare, you know. It's like chasing the high, but can never be satisfied. You know,
Right.
I read an article where it says that the Buffalo Bills already like cut his pay, so they're not even going to pay him the same amount of money that he was paid. So that shows you like those team owners, they don't even care about the players. They just using them as pawns for
Yep.
their own gain. You know, like they're sacrificing the but
Look at the Donald Sterling situation. That's a kind of, you know, shed some light. You know, he didn't give a,
That's the Clippers. That's the
care
Clippers
about
ex
it.
owner, ain't it?
Yeah, he's the ex Clippers owner that was
Yep.
banned for life,
Yep.
and he made his money in real estate.
right.
You know, but he was also discriminatory. You know, but most of the NBA is 95% black. I mean, give or take a few percentages, but you know, that's why like when Blake Griffin them, Chris Paul and them, they were gonna walk out with black shirts just to protest. You know what I'm saying? So some had to change, like, either he stay in the
Hey,
league
my brother, what did you think about that protest they did? Chris Paul and them. Was that
with
good
the
or what do you
Clippers.
think? Yeah.
The
Like,
Clippers,
yeah.
I mean, I think it was worth it because sometimes you have to have integrity, in the game.
Oh, so you're saying when Donald Sterling got caught talking shit about black people, that their their um their way of protest was to just turn their shirts inside out and still play the game? You think that was sufficient?
They should have boycotted.
It,
Nah,
it
nah,
was it was a start.
they
See,
They
It,
should have
it was
see, my
it
boycotted.
was it was a
wait,
start.
hold on, brothers, and that's why you're not supposed to be. Because I heard you earlier. You said you're a sports fanatic. I used to be a sports fanatic, but I'm not
Uh-huh.
anymore. I'm a man of God.
Okay.
That's why being a sports fanatic, you're not really fully fledged into your people, because that is nothing. What should have happened was every black man that played in the NBA should have took the shirt off and walked off the damn court and refused to play another game. That's
That's
what
right.
should have happened. Every black man should have been offended. Every single one. They would have had to go get some B League white boys,
G League.
mechanical ass white boy G League or something to go play the game. Every last one should have walked off. But what did they do? They still went out
They
there and
played.
sweated their hearts out for the Clippers. Yes, they did.
Hold on.
that's a fact. And so, you know, like that passive softness, you know, it's not gonna cut it. And so collectively, if they were able to come together, we're not going to play the game. We're not, matter of fact, we're not gonna play the next 7 games. You see? Like that there's more power in that than to just flip. What the hell is flipping your jersey? That's like
Nothing, bro. They don't do nothing.
slapping
It
you
was
in the
it was
face.
bullshit. It was
Yeah,
bullshit, and it was soft as all
that's some
hell.
that shit right there. That's like somebody slapping you in the face and then you just standing there like, what the hell? Well, what is that gonna do?
But the question you got to ask is, why is it that our people cannot walk off those games? Like, why they can't? Why can't they have? Why don't they have enough balls to say, you know what? Let us just stop playing. I remember Kyrie Irving a few years back. He said, we should start our own league. and other players made fun of him for for the same reason. So it's like, where's the support? You get what I'm
Sounds
saying?
like it's the ego.
What you said? What you said, Jimmy?
Nah, I didn't say anything.
Oh,
No, I say it sounds like it's just
It's
ego.
a
hold on,
miseducation.
hold on. Arlendis was saying something. Hey, your mic sound weird, man. Go ahead, Arlendis.
No, I was just saying that it's the ego. My bad. I got reverb on my stuff. My bad.
All right, no problem. Yeah, go ahead, like and Baruch.
Yeah, they're miseducated, man. Like they're so used to depending on a different structure than for us to come collectively and depend on each other. And so that many black men have been educated to mistrust themselves and to trust some other power. And so, like when Kyrie Irving stated that they should have uh, put power behind him and say, "Yeah, that's right. We need to build our own." But remember, going back to the whole civil rights thing, civil rights integration didn't change the problem. Like, and a lot of these men still believe that, oh, by integrating yourself into another man's system, you're going to change your problems. But no, you have to build your own systems. You have to build your own economic systems. When I say you, I mean we, us, as the chosen ones, as Israel. We have to build our own economic system. We have to build our own farms, grow our own food. We have to build our own leagues, stated. And so that is the beginning of the solution there. And so that whole idea of getting the support of the NBA, that's not going to cut it.
Okay, any moderators want to touch Benjamin, OB? Y'all want to touch anything that he
Yeah.
said?
Hey, real quick, I want you to remember what Dion said earlier about starting your own league. You need sponsors, and the sponsors support the NBA. They support the NFL. They support the Major League Baseball. They're not going to sponsor blacks getting their own league and thriving as a whole separate entity from the NBA. They're not going to support it. So it's not going to go anywhere. Because remember what was said. You need sponsors. You need sponsors to fund this thing so that because people watch the games, you can have advertising there. There's not going to be no advertisers on these black owned sports teams, things of that nature. It's not going to happen. This is not 1948 with the Negro Leagues. They've learned their lesson. They have adjusted. They have contracts and loopholes in place and safety nets in place for these things not to happen, for us not to thrive. You understand? I hope y'all understand that. So
Understood.
I think you might wanna chill with that. It's not gonna happen, y'all. It's not gonna happen.
I had one thing to add to the topic about football in general. Something I noticed.
Yeah, go ahead.
I noticed that like let's say just for experience from playing, right? When you make it to a certain level, let's say you're in a glorified position like the quarterback position, and you happen to be Israel. I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but they love to change your position into a workhorse position. And a lot of our brothers that play these sports, especially football, we're put into workhorse positions that lead to detrimental health issues, that lead to your head getting smashed in every single play, or your head getting cracked every single play. You'll be playing quarterback from the youth all the way up to your college, When it's time to make that next step, they say, you should change your position to be a wide receiver. You should change your position to be a slot back where you get your head cracked in. I just thought of that real quick. And I noticed that. That's one other reason why we should, take caution and stop playing these sports because they want us to, have detrimental health.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Um,
But
a lot of time, right? Our people, the only way that we find out out of poverty, or um, whatever hard life that we go through the hood. The only way we think of getting out the hood is through entertainment. Hey, read Baruch 3:36 real quick,
The book of
because
Baruch.
that's the problem that we teaching the youth. Read that.
The book of Baruch, chapter 3, and verse 36. He hath found out all the way of knowledge, and hath given it unto Jacob his servant, and to Israel his beloved.
So God said He found all the ways of knowledge and gave it to us. That's why back in the day we had a lot of great inventors among our people. You know, who invented a lot of things that we use today. But now, what do we see among our people the most is entertaining, whether it's sports, best music, acting, comedian. That's all we see our people as, and that's the way that we pave for the youth, for those who come after us, and that's why those entertainment world, they pay the people so much that when the young ones look at it, they want a better life. They say, you know what, the only way I can get a better life is to become an entertainer. And then you got 1 million people signing up for football. About 7,000 get chosen, but only 1% make it to the league. And then what they do with the rest of their life, because they've been working for the whole life, their whole life since Daddy put them in little league. They've been working to make it to the NFL or NBA. They don't make it at 25, 24. What's next? Disappointment, depression, sadness, all that kind of stuff come among our people. All that. Um,
And,
Go ahead.
and I was going to say, even throughout that whole time, they're not building their spiritual life. They're not building their mental faculty. Like, granted, it will be one thing if you were navigating through Little League, but at the same time, you are reading 5 books a year. You are reading at least 3 books a year on spiritual history, on finances, but they're not even doing that. And so by the end of that, like, they have no type of uh, foundation to be useful to the society. And so then what do you fall back on? Drugs, club, and all kind of things that are detrimental. And so this is where, as fathers, once again, this is why this room is so important, because as fathers, we must educate our youth, and even educate our homes and our children, the importance of building your mental and your spiritual faculties, because the body is going to decay. That's what the word says. It says that exercise profit little to the body. It's important to upkeep, to maintain good health, but the greater aspect is our spiritual life, as well as utilizing our talents and our gifts, those spiritual gifts, those creativities, to build a nation, to build strong homes, to build uh, a society that can, like you said earlier, be creators, engineers, farmers, doctors, you know, things of that nature. Like the average young man, you go in the hood right now. What do you want to be when you grow up? Well, they want to be like Meek Mills, Cardi B, and all the other rappers, right? or LeBron or what have you. But how many say they're inspired to be creators, to be pilots, to be mariners, to like these are the inspirations that we need to have. But on TV, they don't show that. They don't show all the black doctors. They don't show the black inventors.
Right. They're not gonna show that. That's the whole point, and that's what some of the moderators were saying earlier. I believe Dion or Benjamin, I forgot who, but all that stuff is control. Even the sport players, they don't want you to see them as any intellectual person, just straight ball players. They don't want them to even, when they speak, if they speak of anything that will make you think to, to, to take a different path, they don't want that because that will mess with their money. All right, that's the number one thing. I got a question for Jimmy though, Jimmy and DJ, because I know Jimmy, you said that you're a big sport person, right?
Correct.
Now, my question to you will be if 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 we know what's been going on in the league and the NFL and stuff like that, right?
hmm
What can we do about it?
What can be done about it?
Yeah,
I mean, it's what situation, the national anthem or controversy or the Damar Hamilton
all of
situation?
them, they all fall under one thing: white supremacy.
I mean, my just got to take a stand. I
And
mean, that's how I look at it. I mean, somebody has to stand up for it.
how we do that?
I mean, just by having unity. I mean, I ain't never really dove off into the aspect. I'm just seeing it like now with the Kaepernick situations and all this stuff like that. So I never looked
We should stop supporting it, bro.
into like the ownership aspect, like dog and pony. I never looked into that deep off into it because I'm a fan.
I get what you're saying. I don't know if any of y'all remember this. Yeah, I remember when that little Chinese man got beat up inside American Airlines airplane.
Uh,
Yeah, remember that?
Yes,
I,
How quick did America apologize for what they did to him?
quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Why do you think they did that? Because all the Chinese people were united in China against America. Even here. Y'all get what I'm saying, right?
mhm.
Look how it's quick for them to pass a bill about Chinese hate crime. The thing with us, we will see our own brother being persecuted by another nation on TV, but for the welfare of Esau, of Edom, the other race, for the welfare of the Caucasian race, to make sure that we don't hurt their feelings, we will jump on that persecution and attack that same brother. Attack that same brother that's being persecuted just so we could be on the right side of them. So the way we fix it, one, is by having unity among us. You understand? Look how quick they jumped on Kyrie Irving for posting an image. He didn't even, and you know what's crazy? It was an image, and we got everybody saying it's a link. It was an image. That's how crazy it was. Zephaniah 2:1.
The book of Zephaniah, chapter 2 and verse 1. Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
What that mean at the end? It says nation not desire. What does that mean? Jimmy DJ, what that mean?
The ones that's left behind.
It said not desired. When you don't desire
The
something,
Israelites, that's us. They don't like us.
there you go. And you know that worldwide.
Mm.
Worldwide, they don't like us. I forgot who was giving the example about when they go play overseas and stuff like that, talking about something, they'll lock your ass up.
Okay.
We know that, but this the part that we don't want to do. Read it again.
Gather yourselves together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
We don't want to do that part. We don't want to gather together because everybody's worrying about mine. That's it. The reason that they flipped the jerseys inside out is because they didn't want to lose endorsement or money, whatever it is. They didn't want to lose living that lifestyle. And to live that lifestyle is either you're going to conform yourself to the way they want you to be, or you're going to be for your own people. You cannot be both. You cannot be a black person cannot be black and white at the same time. It's impossible. White people be white only. If you say something bad about them, they'll correct your ass, fire you. You say something about their own people, they'll tell you, nah, that's not true. He's innocent. But when it comes to us, yeah, man, he should have been fired, been dealt with a long time ago. Kyrie Irving did blah blah blah, just saying a whole bunch of nonsense. And that's the problem we got.
You know, it's very interesting that text of scripture. It says, "Gather yourself together," and then it says, "O nation not desired," which goes back to the point that I was making, is that we were looking for integration. Okay, we were looking for um, equality instead of gathering ourselves together. Instead of building our own educational systems, we say, well, let us be part of yours. Instead of creating our own structure, economic structure, well, I'm not gonna say instead of, because we tried, we attempted, and of course we what took place with Black Wall Street and many other great men who sought to build on that vision. Yet, instead of continuing that fight, many leaders who were in position, they stopped the fight and instead went in the way of integration, civil rights, and so on and so forth. But you know, God will have a people. The Most High will have a people that will gather themselves together and who will uh, unite in many ways, economically, uh, educationally, and in many other ways possible, utilizing our different gifts and talents to be able to live a sustainable life in this Babylon nation.
Right. So the thing is, for DJ, if you're still on, if we got to gather together, can we do it with anybody?
No, we got to come together on one accord, the Israelites.
I want to see what DJ got to say. DJ, cool dude, you still with us? I don't know if your mic got a problem. Might have to leave the room and come back in. Let's go to Kendall.
Hey, shalom.
Yeah, so what you think about the topic? And Kenneth, you're next.
You want me to answer the question of what's the topic? Should black men stop playing football? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
I think we need to stop. We need to start at the base and stop grooming our young boys to be playing any of these sports. Period. That's where it has to start at. It has to start at
with the children. That's the base of it. So no, we shouldn't. We need to stop playing any of these sports at all, especially when it's benefiting these other nations. Because number one, it's never been our custom to be playing any of these sports, and whenever you do reading the scriptures, it was always something that was forced upon us to do for their entertainment. So now we need to first stop grooming our boys and even our girls to be playing sports. Period.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Let's go to Kenneth.
Shalom. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Great topic tonight, fellas. Uh, my whole take is, if you look back at I don't know if you guys ever watched the movie Bingo Long Traveling All Stars and Motor Kings with Billy D. Williams. Goes back to the 40s or whatever. So this is my whole take. Once we got off the plantation and we wasn't slaves no more, they had to find something else for us to do. And that came in the form of entertainment. Now, I don't know if y'all remember or not, but there was a time they didn't want us to play their sports. They didn't want us to play basketball with them. They didn't want us to play football with them. They didn't want no niggas in none of their professional organizations. Now, if you look at the NBA right now, I'll say, I'm just throwing out a number, 90% of that league is black people. I heard Dion say earlier it had something to do with sponsorship. But the reality of it is, if every black player in the NBA said, I'm not playing today, they don't got enough white boys to fill them stadiums. They're going to lose sponsorship. They're going to lose the league. There's nobody coming out to see no white boys playing no basketball. They're not even coming out. The skill positions in football, wide receiver, running back, most of that's dominated by black people. But the white guys, they get the other jobs like the punters, the kickers, the offensive linemen. They can have a sustained career for 12, 15 years as an offensive lineman. You might not be able to sustain that as a wide receiver. I don't know no wide receiver that's playing 15 years. If you don't go back to the days of like Lynn Swan and those people and stuff like that, right? Walter Payton and stuff like that. People don't play no 15 years no more. So my thing is, we're here to entertain them. We want to be entertainers for them. We want to be their singers. We want to be their football players. But because we so individualized, everybody's for themselves. But black people could shut down the whole sports industry because last I checked, ain't nobody coming out here to see no white boys play nothing. They coming out here to see the brother. So we have that power. And just the fact that we don't have no black ownership. How are you playing for other nations of people and your own people don't even have their own team? So I'm going to land on that. But I just want y'all to marinate on that for a minute. It's a dangling carrot. It's just like that old horse that they put the carrot out in front of him and he just keep chasing it, knowing that he can't get it. And I'll land my plane on that. I had to get that off my chest, though.
Can those of you on the stage, can some of you take a wild guess as to the percentage of black farmers in the United States without going on Google? Just take a wild guess.
Probably around 5%.
So you said 5%, and
Yes.
maybe one or two more.
I would say three.
Okay, three. It's actually 2%. Can you imagine the entire United States? Black farmers make up 2%, and so think about that. Food is one of the main components of survival. So you got to think about this though. If black farmers make up 2%, that means what is the percentage of black men or black families or black women who are landowners in the United States? So think about all millions of dollars that these celebrities are making. They're buying big old mansions on Beverly Hills. They're buying big old yachts and stuff like that. And like that stuff is not fit for survival. You need land, you food, resources. So that shows the stupidity. Can you imagine if these guys were actually going to the NFL and getting that money, and then actually um, and
All right.
build.
Like, I'm about to reset the room. We got to reset the room, bro. I don't mean to cut you off or cut you short, but I got to reset the room. The topic is, should black men stop playing football? Before I go to the next speaker, hashtag us at Biblical Smoke and follow us on Twitter. Next speaker, Delante, what do you have on the topic? Should black men stop playing football? You up, bro? Delante, you there? Can you hear? Maybe something wrong with your mic. Um, Back out and come back in. Well, add you right back up to the stage. Sean, what do you have on the topic? The topic is, should black men stop playing football? What do you say, sir?
Yeah, I was speaking earlier. Remember, I brought up the idolatry, and I was asking you guys for more scripture. Do you guys have any scriptures on? Because when I was bringing up the Hall of Fame piece, do you guys have any scriptures on like being a narcissist, trying to be the best, or trying to worship yourself, or trying to make others to praise you?
Yeah, hold up. Let me take a quick look. While I'm looking, I'm gonna move on to the next speaker. Arlandis, what you got on the topic? Have you spoke already?
Not specifically on the question, but I say
Okay,
this.
well, should black men stop playing football?
Yes, I think they should stop playing as well as we should stop watching also.
Okay, all praises, all praises. What make you say that?
As well as well, as much as the players are involved in the game, the consumers are also paying homage to the people that impressed us. So I think that just by backing out completely, I think that would nullify a lot of things.
Okay, okay, all praises. Thank you for your thought. Who
Yes, sir.
else? Come on, people. Let's raise your hands. Let's get up on stage. It's an excellent topic tonight. Should black men stop playing football? Let me
I,
see.
I didn't answer the question though.
Okay, well, let's hear it. What's your answer to the question, Mr. Light?
Black men just stop playing football.
Okay, all praises. All praises. Um, Nobi, welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage. What's your idea on the topic, and what's your thought on the topic? Should black men stop playing football?
Yeah, I think so.
You do? in a way.
Okay, well, let's hear your thoughts on that.
I don't necessarily think black men as like, you feel me, as a unit should stop, but like should stop like going as hard as we do. You know what I'm trying to say? But not like stop completely, but like dial back.
So why not stop completely? What benefit is it doing for black people as a whole? How is it benefiting us as a nation of people? Oh, we got a runner.
Damn.
We got a runner. All righty.
It's a tough
Uh,
question.
yeah, it is. And this is what we have to understand and realize that we so for self, we so me, and don't understand that when we deal as individuals, that's why we in the predicament that we in today. That's exactly why we in the predicament that we in today. Anybody else want to come up to the stage? Let's see. You are tuned in to Biblical Smoke. Uh, David, David, what's your thoughts on the topic? Should black men stop playing football?
Yes, I definitely believe black men should definitely stop playing football because it's just a manipulation of our culture that has been, we have been dumbed down through the years, and I'm definitely one of those examples of when I heard Dion talk. Yeah, I was like one of those weekend warriors that played flag football up until 53 years old, and so like with two broken fingers and my knees are always sore. Sometimes I have headaches. It's not worth it. It doesn't get you anywhere to your spirituality. Because when I sat up here and started learning the truth, I felt stupid for wasting my time playing sports and teaching my children to play sport, teaching my sons.
Okay. Okay, all praise to the Most High. All praises. All right. Moving right along then. Thank you for your thought. We appreciate you, brother.
All praises.
Again, you tuned into Biblical Smoke. Come on up to the stage if you have any input on the topic that we got going on tonight. The topic is, should black men stop playing football, and while we wait, don't forget to go get it. Go look us up on Twitter. Hashtag us at Biblical Smoke. Somebody said something?
Yeah, I was also thinking about that scene in the movie Friday Night Lights when Booby Miles got injured and he's sitting there hugging the football and it's like his whole life had came to an end. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad because that was a depiction of a lot of our people when they get injured or they fall out of the sport or whatsoever. I don't know if anybody remember that scene in that movie, man, but that's funny.
Yeah, that's those are the results of us loving what they put for us over what we was made to do. You know what I'm saying? We love everything around the oppressor and hate everything about ourselves, and that's where we go wrong at as a people. Let's see.
I got a point I want to bring out. Can I bring it out, brother?
Who was that?
Kenneth.
Go ahead, Kenneth.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dale Earnhardt Jr., the race car driver, but he tells the story. This is a white man now. He tells the story of when he was a little boy. And the story that he tells is that all the women stayed in the house and did the housework and cooked the food and everything while all the men stayed in the garage. and built cars because that's what his father did. His father was a professional race car driver. He became one. And he said, in order for him to go out to the barn and hang out with the guys, he said that his father had a whole toolbox full of wrenches and all kinds of stuff, sockets, 5/8, 3/8, 3/6. Said his father would dump all the tools out in the middle of the barn. And while they would be building the engine, his father would say something like, give me the 3/4 inch ratchet or whatever. And if he gave him the wrong thing, they said, they would smack him around and send him back in the house with the women. And so in order for him to come out there, he had to learn all of these tools. So my point is, you see the difference in how white folks do their children as opposed we want our children driven basketballs. That's all I wanted to say.
Right, great point, brother. I see we got a new brother on stage, Dante. How you doing, bro? Welcome to Biblical Smoke. The topic tonight is should black men stop playing football? What's your thoughts on that, brother?
I think I don't think we should people should stop playing football. I don't see a problem with it. You know what I mean? It's an occupation, no different than any other one. You actually building wealth, you helping people out. A lot of the football players are helping people out, helping their communities out, and building generational wealth. So I don't see nothing wrong with it. It's no different than any other sport.
So, so you don't think we should stop playing football? So you don't think that it's destroying our youth?
Nope. It's actually helping a lot of people. If you look at the position that we was put in the beginning, a lot of people saw sports as a way out. A lot of other people saw sports as a way to stay out of the streets. Also, a lot of people saw sports because a lot of men didn't have a lot of families didn't have men in the household growing them up. So majority of people, a lot of in the cultures, it was black women, right? So sports was another way of gaining structure for the black community. So it definitely helped out a lot of people. So I disagree with that. I don't think it should be. I think we should start playing sports. It also helps with the competitive drive. It's a lot of stuff that it helps with in corporate worlds, in entrepreneurship, um, stuff like that. So yeah,
What about the stuff that it don't help with, like morality? Sports,
it does.
it doesn't breed morality at all.
Yeah,
It don't make us come together as a people, but it further divides and separates us because everybody want to be the Mr. Look at me.
I disagree. When you're dealing with a team and you have a winning team, the morale is up. People are playing. People are playing in sync, and they have a strong relationship. That's why you
Hey,
see.
Dante,
Yeah,
when you say the morale is up for the team, what
yeah.
races are usually on that team?
All
Black.
praise.
I played for black
Black,
teams, all black
just
teams.
black?
No, no.
Okay. Whoa,
You
hold on. You say you play for all black teams.
yep.
Is that the majority of black people? Do they play for all black teams, or do they play in integrated teams?
So what are
Be
you trying to
honest.
get at?
Be honest. Just
No,
be
I'm
honest.
not.
I'm gonna make my
I'm.
point. I'm gonna make my
Yeah.
point
So
because you said
just go to the point
what's my
because you're
point?
trying to walk me
No,
somewhere.
no, no,
Just
no. No, hold on, Dante.
you cutting me off. Don't
I'm
please.
leading you somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm
So
leading
just
into something. So my
don't
question.
leave.
Listen to my
Just
question, Dante.
you cut
Just
me
calm
off
down.
when I
Calm
say
down.
something because
Calm
I'm not
down.
gonna say what you want me to say.
But
So
I'm a
if you
moderator, so I can't cut you off. So I'm
yeah, I
asking
don't
you.
care about that. I'm a grown man
Okay,
too, so
you don't
you
care. All
respect
right.
me.
All right. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah.
So the point was, what Dante's saying is good for morale and this and that. But my point is this: your integrated and your morale and your empathy and your affinity now is for the people that enslaved you and are exploiting you currently. So that camaraderie that Dante's talking about is bullshit. Ain't no damn camaraderie. You're supposed to have camaraderie with your brothers and your sisters, not the other nations. But when you go into sports, like I mentioned earlier, when you go into sports, you're on the road together, you grow an affinity for that white boy. That white boy now becomes your homeboy, your best friend, your buddy, your brother. And that is not to be named among the children of Israel. Give me one scripture. Leviticus 20 and 26. Read that real quick.
The book of
So
Leviticus.
Dante, you just listen from the bottom, because you don't want to respect the moderators. Then just listen from the bottom. Go talk in the chat. Read what you got.
Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 26. And ye shall be holy unto me.
So the word holy means separate. When we go into that sports lifestyle, you are not separate. Actually, you're defiled more ways than one, because you know what you're doing when you on that road. You know after the game, you at the club with the rest of the team, probably the other team, the team you just faced too, right? And you looking for holes, and the holes are looking for you. You know what the hell you're doing. You understand? Read.
For I, the Lord, am holy, and have severed you from other people.
Wow, wait a minute. What does the word sever mean? It means to cut off. The Bible says God cut you off from other people. So, with that being said, he said, oh, well, I play for all black. That's not the majority of black people. The majority of black people are integrated in their sports with their enemies. Mute my mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well spoken, Benjamin. Very well spoken. Let's see. What do we have here? Again, you're tuned into Biblical Smoke. You are tuned into Biblical Smoke. The topic is, should black men stop playing football? Raise your hand, come up to the stage. We would love to hear you. We would love to hear you. Let's see.
Hey, excuse me. I just wanted to know what culture was he talking about, because as far as the culture that the NFL helps out is pretty much their own culture with all their merchandising and with all their selling. You only sit up here and you're sponsoring the certain teams. I hardly ever see them give back to the neighborhood. And I'll give you the perfect example. The shooting in Buffalo, New York, where I live at, the Bills, they only came up there one time. Haven't seen them back there, up again. And mind you, still the same thing is going on. So mind you, their only culture that they're cultivating is their own culture. I mean, my mic.
That's right. That's right. That's right. All right, Kenneth, you had a point that you want to bring back out. You on, sir?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm just listening right now, brother. Thank you.
All right. All right.
I don't believe Devontae, though.
You don't believe who?
Devontae, who y'all just kicked off stage. I don't believe him.
Oh, the brother Dante. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, Dante,
Uh,
whatever.
um,
Y'all,
that's the sound of somebody that loved the oppressor in all his ways. Give me Proverbs 3:31 right quick. Scripture tell you to do the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, you're supposed to envy not your oppressor and choose none of his ways.
Give me that in Proverbs 3, please.
The book of Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 31.
Mm-hmm.
Envy thou not the oppressor,
Mm-hmm.
and choose none of his ways.
You see that? The Lord say, don't envy the oppressor. Don't go after what he wants. Don't go after his mind. Choose none of his ways. Sports, music, entertainment, they put all that stuff out here for us to destroy each other, for us to not have families, for our neighborhoods and communities to be turned upside down. The Lord say, don't envy him and don't choose none of his ways. So we gotta keep that in mind as we move and navigate through this life that we live. All right.
yes, sir.
Let me see. We get some people up here. Moderators, help me get some people up here, please.
Do y'all need me to like go back down to the audience so there'll be more people to come up?
Nah, you good. You good, bro. You got any anything else on the topic? Isaiah?
Yeah, I got something on the topic, y'all. Not too long ago, leadership brought out a book describing exactly how the Colosseum was. And if you think about it today, this book brought out how they were selling concessions. You know what I mean? How you had people, the vendors was at the stadium, at the Colosseum, the Roman Colosseum. And it's just, it's coming back. It's all coming back full fledged. Like we in the same, it's the same thing, the same spirits. You know, you got vendors at the stadium, concessions being sold. I'm guaranteeing that the stadium on any Sunday makes over a couple million easily by taking our people's money. Like Benjamin was saying, $12 for a beer, $15 for a cold hot dog. Like it's just crazy.
Yeah. And then all of it goes back to their children and building up their
Yep.
communities and don't have nothing to do with ours. So all of that stuff that Dante was talking about is null and void. Out the door, out the window.
Hey, can I say one thing, y'all? One thing when I was in that sports world that I always hated when I was watching the teams on TV and all of that, you would have our people as mighty, mighty men. I believe Dion brought it up earlier about the charity stuff. And when you see the players go with the, like for instance the NBA kids, that's their charitable thing. They go to different neighborhoods and you see them helping the people build houses. They got the hard hat on, building a house, and they're talking to little Jimmy who got cancer. Little white boy got cancer in his deathbed and all of that. But you will never, or very rarely, do you see them talking to black kids. The players are all black,
Damn.
but they always talking to some damn white kids, man. I don't know about y'all, but I always felt a way about that thing. Like, yo, when these niggas gonna go to the hood? But you know, at the
Damn.
time, I'm like, why they don't go to the hood? But it's not them, it's the league. It's their public relations people that send them out. Hey, we want you to go to Alpharetta, Georgia, and go talk to these nice kids at the high school. But it's all the suburban white kids. They always sending these players to go inspire white kids. That's what I always had a problem with. Even now, when you at the game, right, or when the players are done with the game, let's say they won the game, and they take their jersey off or their sneakers off. Who they giving it to?
The white boys,
At the damn sidelines or the half court.
little
They
white
give it to the
kids.
damn little white kid, man. Why? Because our kids are up in the damn bleachers. Our kids can't afford to sit at the damn court side. We can't afford that. Brothers got bills and rent. If being able to afford to go to the game at all. But we always are inspiring their kids. Mute my mic.
Yeah, and then the ones that actually do go to the neighborhoods, they encourage sin on our people. They never encourage them to do nothing positive with themselves, positive with their lives. It's always handing out turkeys or toys for Christmas and don't even understand nothing behind that stuff. So it does exactly the opposite. It tears down our neighborhoods instead of building them up.
That is absolutely right, and that's the one thing that if you notice over the past 30 days, what was most NFL teams doing? They were sitting up here going. How did they ever go to the inner city? But when they do, they send them out on a certain toy drive with a gift card, and let them buy toys, and then to say, all right, go on back home, little Nicklet. We're done with you. Now here it is. We're in January now. What's getting ready to come out now? They're gonna push this thing till it tries to destroy all of us. But we have to be strong in our faith.
Right. Somebody get me Ecclesiastes 7:7 right quick. I'm gonna show you exactly. The Bible shows you exactly how they destroy our neighborhoods. Watch this.
The book of
Ecclesiastes 7:7.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad,
Mm-hmm.
and a gift destroyeth the heart.
You see, they're destroying our neighborhoods with these when they come for toy drives and Thanksgivings and every pagan holiday that's against God. They destroying us left and right, and it don't make no sense. I see we got somebody new up on the stage. So I'm gonna reset the room. Welcome to Biblical Smoke. Welcome to Biblical Smoke. Dominique, the topic is, should black men stop playing football? What's your thoughts?
Sir, I'm going to ask you to give me a little room here. Um, I want to say to y'all, I believe that Damar Hamlin is dead. And I want to tell you why I think that. Um, he laid dead on the field for 10 minutes. They were giving him CPR. Now, I posted the video on my Twitter. That was not an ambulance that picked him up. That was a U-Haul with no lights and no words written on it. Now, originally, they said that he was revived twice in the ambulance, and then they rescinded that. So if he was not revived in the ambulance, that means he was dead for 25 minutes before he hit the hospital. Now, the NFL is hiding this fact because they don't want you to know that it is one to either the game is going to kill you or that vaccine that they pushed is going to kill you. Now, from a biblical standpoint, you're not supposed to get that vaccine. It has aborted fetal cells in it. Among other things, you cannot buy or sell unless you got that vaccine. Nonetheless, I believe that the brother is dead and that they're hiding it until after the Super Bowl. I think that not only should black men not play football, I believe white men shouldn't play football. I believe that game is a killer. I believe that game is a murderer. And I have been boycotting that game for years. So, no, I don't believe black men should be playing football. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
No problem. No problem. So, your standpoint behind people not playing football is that it kills us. Is that it kills us, correct?
Not only does it kill us, but the league doesn't care. The league does not care. The average age of death for the NFL football players is 55 years old. Um, you get 5 years of free medical once you get out the NFL. After that, you're on your own. And you can't pay for all of that. You simply cannot pay for all of that. You would die alone going crazy with concussions and all of this. And what do they call it? CTE. And I can't remember what that mess stands for. And then as soon as the vaccine came out, they tried to make not just the players get it. Now they're trying to say, no, we didn't mandate it for the players. Not just the coaches, they wanted the fans. You couldn't come to the game unless you were vaccinated. And that guy, he was only 24 years old, man. He was only 24. Damar Hamlin, that brother was vaccinated and he died on the field, live television. 10 minutes they tried to bring him back to life. They couldn't bring him back to life. Did they bring an ambulance? Watch the video. That was not an ambulance. That was a U-Haul truck painted white and red. Ambulances have lights on them. They have horns on them. They have words on them. So we don't know if there were any emergency medical technicians on there that could have brought him back to life. Because once you go dead for 6 minutes, you're brain dead. And he was dead for 10 minutes on the field. And like I say, they said he was not revived twice on the ambulance. It was not an ambulance. So that means he was dead for about 25 minutes before he reached the hospital. And they're lying to us, telling us he's improving. They keep him on life support so he's not officially dead. This league is evil. This league is evil.
Right.
He's just the latest example. But many other people, I don't care. I don't think white people should play football. I definitely not black people, but I don't think white people should be playing. I turned it off in my house because I didn't want my son to think it was okay. I turned it off. I've been boycotting it. I got 2 boys, and I don't want my boys to think, okay, I'm gonna go out here and catch a pass and get hit in the head. And some people, 1 year, no kidding, man. This is the straight out truth. Was it
So Dominique, what should we do as an alternative? What should we
um,
do? What's the solution for our people if it's
the,
not sports?
the solution for our people is not sports. Now, here's my answer, and I'm gonna try to keep it brief. Okay, you want to get rich. You want your kids to get rich. Get them a GED or a high school equivalency, get them straight into the workforce before, like, I'm talking about like 16 years old. If your saves $5,000 a year while they're living with you, mind you, for 4 years before they're 20, when they retire, that will be 2 point something million dollars because you put them into the workforce instead of putting them into college. Now, take a look now. Many of the companies that are in existence today, and I'm talking about not just Marriott, not just Hyatt, not just Hilton, but even companies like McDonald's and Taco Bell and Wendy's, they have free college. So while your kid is living with you and putting that money away because your kid don't have to pay rent because he's living with you, they're able to take advantage of this free college and use that to move up in the company. Are you aware that Taco Bell managers make $80,000 a year? So if you put your kid in Taco Bell, and this is just one example, when they're 16, by the time they're 21, they're making $80,000 a year. We have to stop thinking in terms of entertainment. We have to stop thinking in terms of fake education and go straight into the workforce. Because
Okay.
while
All
I'm
right,
almost
cool.
most of it, let me say this. Let me say this one thing, last thing here. While they're promising black people that if you get an education, they're going to give you the jobs of tomorrow, they're replacing black people with illegal aliens and giving them the jobs of today. I will land there.
Benjamin, you want to respond to that? Anything that brother said? All right. Well, move on. Thanks for your input. I'll move along. Welcome to Biblical Smoke. RJ, the topic is should black men stop playing football? What are your thoughts, brother?
What's up, man? What's up?
You real muffled. I can't hear nothing you saying, sir.
Hold on, hold on. Is it better now? I'm gonna have to just speak louder because my shit fucked up right now. And where I'm at, I don't got no motherfucking but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you muffled. Can anybody hear him? I can't hear him at all.
No, sir. Can't hear him.
Y'all can hear me now?
No, no brother,
No, sir. Try to leave the room. Try to leave the room and then come back in.
I'm gonna just talk like this because my headphones is messed up. So, only thing I gotta say is, right, is that, first of all, should black men stop playing football? Damar Hamlin, right? So I spoke on this topic a few times this week, and last week. Posted a post on my Facebook page. And everybody that know me, that follow me on Clubhouse and on Facebook, know that I talk about the NFL, sports, and how everything has been like politics, even the Bible. Everything has been like I should say planned out. I should say. Now, even for this ritual, in terms of the topic, should black men stop playing football? I think that they should stop playing. Period. Because first of all, in terms of the NFL, if y'all don't know, the elite works with numbers and astrology and numerology, gematria.
So what I'm finna say is the whole thing was a script. Now I might get attacked for this, but it's not a lot of people that is saying this, and I want a lot of my brothers and sisters to wake up to this knowledge. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, I recommend go researching about numerology. I recommend researching about astrology. I recommend researching about gematria because these are the things I study every day, and I can tell that the elites definitely pulled this ritual off. Like if you go watch the emblems, there was no emblems coding on the emblems. There was no wording on the emblems. That wasn't a regular emblems. If you go see the picture where he was standing with all his teammates, were standing around him with the number 33. The only person standing up was the number 33, and his last name was named Neil. So the only person that's not kneeling is the nigga last name named Neil, and he has the number 33. Jesus died at 33. It's just a ritual.
Hey, RJ.
Hold on.
RJ, let me ask you a quick question, please. Let me ask you a quick question, RJ. You smoke weed?
Yeah, it's from the
Oh,
earth.
okay. That's what I thought.
So let me continue, because I'll be thinking y'all fried too, still believing in a person that y'all ain't seen before. So let me finish.
Hey,
Hold on,
whoa,
let me
RJ,
finish. Let me
RJ.
finish. Let
No,
me finish. Y'all
I'm
done
not gonna
gave
let you
everybody else
finish.
the mic. Y'all
I'm
done
not
gave
gonna
everybody
let you
else the
finish
mic.
because you were just being disrespectful. Hey, RJ, you don't believe
Yeah,
in the Bible,
how I'm
right?
being disrespectful? You just being told
RJ,
me I smoke
RJ.
weed, so it's the reason why I'm saying that shit.
It's in your profile picture. It's in your. I just clarified what it was.
This picture
I didn't know if it was
years
particular
old,
to
my
what.
nigga. This shit old as fuck.
That's your fault. You put an old picture. You put something.
Why are you
You
worried
put
about
that
the
up to
picture? Why you
represent yourself.
worried?
Listen, RJ,
Focus on the topic.
RJ, RJ. Listen to me.
Focus on the topic.
RJ, you're not
We not talking
listening.
about weed. We talking about
Listen, do you
Damar.
believe in the Bible? Do you believe in the Bible?
We talking about Damar.
We're going to talk about what the hell I want to talk about. I'm a moderator. So if you're not here to talk about what I want to talk about at any given moment, then just drop yourself. So if you want to talk about what I'm going to talk about, I'm trying to ask you a question. Do you believe in the Bible, RJ?
I am Haru. I believe that Haru is
Oh.
Jesus, right?
Okay, so
So I
that
believe
wasn't my
in
question.
Egyptian deities. Like
So you believe in Egypt.
I, be,
Okay. So we
I
don't believe
believe
in
in
that.
Haru. Haru actually exists.
Let's move on. High ass Egyptian niggas. I know he's probably worshiping a woman right now. The woman's cooch is in the blunt. Damn. You Egyptian Negroes are the biggest freaking simps on the planet. And the reason why our women are the way they are right now, manly as hell, and chest bumping y'all niggas is because you believe the black woman is God. Niggas, sit your ass down and put the blunt out. Mute my mic.
Facts.
Okay, all praises, all praises. Welcome to Biblical Smoke. Lover of Yah. The topic is, should black men stop playing football? What are your thoughts?
So I don't really have any thoughts on the topic, but I was just coming up just to say that the numbers do have meaning to them. And I was just gonna say, like, the numerology thing, that's
Hey,
real.
hold on. Lover of Yah. When you
Hmm.
say, do you know that guy that I just threw off the stage?
No, I don't know him, but I was actually
Oh, okay.
typing in the
All right.
chat. No,
Oh,
I was
okay.
typing in the chat about the
All right.
numbers because the numbers hold
What about
meaning.
the numbers? So let me
Because
ask you a question about the numbers.
I've been learning about it. I'm still new to it,
Okay.
but
Oh,
yeah.
so now wait. Hold on. When you say numbers have meanings and all of that, right? You're just learning about it. Okay. How do these numbers affect your life? Tell us how these numbers affect your life.
The numbers don't
Do
affect
they
my.
make? Oh, they don't
No,
affect your life.
no, I'm
Do they
not.
make you break? Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry to keep cutting you off because this numerology garbage. I mean, we ain't having it.
I don't believe in that. I actually am here all
Okay.
the time.
So
I'm just saying that the
okay, good.
numbers hold. Yeah, I'm just saying that the numbers hold meaning, like the number 3, the number 6,
What
and
does the number
we
3
see them a
mean?
lot. It's personally, I don't know what they mean, but I do know that
Holy
it's
crap.
connected to
Stop. Sis,
the demonic
sis,
stuff. I
sis,
know it's
sis,
connected to demonic
sis,
stuff.
sis. Let's cut the numerology garbage out. The number 3 is a number, is not connected to no demonology nonsense or whatever the hell. There's nothing wrong or evil about the number 3. All right?
No,
Let's,
okay. I don't think it is.
we're talking biblical things here. We're not talking about numerology. We don't believe in numerology, and that's not going to help us keep God's laws and repent. All right? So let's stick to the topic. The topic is about black men in sports, Hispanic men in sports. Should black men continue playing in the NFL? What's your take on that topic, sis?
So I don't have anything to say on that topic currently, but thank you guys for inviting me to
My
participate.
sister, come on, sis. You came over here to talk about numbers and back up
I love
the
y'all,
nigga.
but I don't have
You came over
nothing
here
to
to
say
back up
about that.
the nigga with the numbers and numerology. Yeah, but numerology is great and this and that. Man, to hell with numerology. You supposed to be kicking what the Bible says. It says lover of Yah. Yah wasn't kicking no damn numerology.
No, I'm just like,
He was
okay,
kicking. Sis, I'm talking, sis. Hold on.
okay, I'll let you speak.
The Lord gave us laws, statutes, and commandments. He didn't give us numbers and tell us, hey, the meaning of this number is this, and the number 3 is connected to Satan, and blah, 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 blah. When you put these 3 numbers together, it equals that, and it means this in numerology and blah. Listen, man. Kick God's laws. You're supposed to be kicking the laws of God, lover of Yah. Mute my mic.
I agree, Captain or Officer Benjamin. I don't know if you're captain or officer, but I agree with you on that one. I'm just saying how the elites communicate. They even communicate through colors, and I don't follow it.
Sis? Did the elites tell you that?
No, they didn't tell me that, but I just think it's interesting. I just think it's interesting.
Sis,
I've looked into it before.
Give me that scripture. From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. You heard that before, sis? You're parakeeting YouTube conspiracy. Now, that's some conspiracy stuff. When you can't prove something, that's conspiracy, sis. Don't go with everything you see off of YouTube and this and that. Go with what you can prove. And right now, that's why I asked you a question. Hey, did the elites tell you that that's how they communicate? How the hell you know that that's how they communicate? Did you read a book?
That was Alex Jones. Alex Jones taught her that.
So, sis, you got that from Alex Jones?
No, I didn't, but I'm just going to listen. I don't have anything else to say. I don't have anything else to say, Captain Benjamin. But thank you for inviting me up. I appreciate it.
You see my point, okay? When you come up on biblical smoke, just kick what you can prove, because y'all gonna end up looking crazy when somebody questions you on what you're saying and what's coming out of y'all mouths. Mute my mic.
Hey, read the scripture, Benjamin. Read the scripture, Isaiah.
The book of
All right. Welcome to Biblical Smoke. Poteek, am I saying that right? What's your topic? What's your thoughts on the topic? Should black men stop playing football?
Shalom. How are you all doing tonight, officers and family Israelites? I've been following football a really long time. Like when I was growing up, my brother.
Sis, let me stop you.
Mm-hmm.
You heard what Benjamin said, right? Mm-hmm. He said stick to the topic of the room. So we stick it to the topic of the room. We need to know what you think about the topic of the room.
Well, that's what I'm getting to, because it deals with having to grow up in a family with football, and my brother's playing football, and my cousin playing football for Marshall got hit and neck got broke, and he ended up in a wheelchair, and he just died maybe a couple of years ago, but they gave him like 20 years to live. So do I think black men should stop playing football? Of course, because I've had, as I said, family injuries with family members. My cousin, prime example, they didn't do anything for him after he got hit, and paralyzed, and he was 21 years old.
Hey, how long he was in the league when he got paralyzed?
You know what? He had just he was at Marshall, and this was like his first year at Marshall, and
See,
he
so
got
it's true. So
yeah.
if they don't endure 3 years in the league, they are not going. Their contract is not guaranteed.
Wait, wait,
All
wait, wait,
this.
wait.
You talk about Marshall
Jay,
University.
Jay, I
It's
think that's
well,
college.
That's
it
That's
college.
is.
college.
It's
Oh, that's
college.
college. Oh, okay. She ain't going
Yeah,
to.
that's
She ain't going to
college.
the
That's
league. Oh, okay.
Marshall
No, no, no,
University. That's
no.
in Kentucky somewhere.
But the funny thing is, we brought that up earlier that if you don't have if you're in college and you get hurt and something happens to you, you can't play football no more. What happens to you? They don't know you no more.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
done.
Yeah, that's what happened
Yes,
with him.
sis.
And that's basically what happened with him. They kind of like gave him a couple dollars, and he ended up in a wheelchair, and in a handicapped van. Although he was very intelligent, and he did. Luckily, he was one of the ones that had something to fall back on because he got his education. But it damaged his family. It damaged us, and it's dangerous. They lie, manipulate all the sweatshirts and the hats and the skirts and all this for the women and everything. As you all have been saying, it is a monopoly and it does not benefit blacks at all, or especially Israelites, and especially people who know what's real. So,
Hey, sis.
yeah.
I remember I met a brother. He was playing in college. He was playing. He was no. He was about to get drafted to the NFL. Matter of fact, and I was asking him some questions about football. And I don't remember how we got on the topic, but he said to me, when you play football, you're in pain the entire season. I was like, damn, because I play basketball, but I'm not in pain all the time when I was playing ball.
Mhm.
But football, it's so rugged and vicious and aggressive, way more than basketball, that he said, hey, it's like you're going, if you play in football, you're going to be in pain no matter what.
Mhm.
That's a fact. That's a
And
fact. When you playing football, there's never a such thing as you're 100% healthy. You're always battling some sort of injuries. Rather, you probably have a wrist issue, your ankles, probably have ankles. It's mainly joints. But never when you playing football, you're never. There's no such thing as you being 100% healthy.
Have to
and I
keep it a secret too. You have to keep it a secret because if they know that it's your foot or it's your wrist or whatever, they're gonna go for that mess all the time.
they end up taking like those steroid shots and stuff to stay in the game. The same thing happened with is it RG3.
Yeah,
You
painkillers. They end
remember
up
when
giving
he
them
was
painkillers. Yeah.
yeah, when RG3 was playing, he was like the man. He was on the field and he was doing for Washington and everything. But then when I think Shanahan sent him in the game and he ended up getting his ACL torn apart, and that was the end of his career. Okay, well, notice how he disappeared so fast. But he was their golden boy, quote unquote, until he got hurt. Then you didn't really hear anything about RG3 anymore. But up
That's a
until that
fact.
point, he
Yeah,
was the
that's a
That's how it
fact.
man.
is.
He was the man. But
Yep.
then once he got hurt, it was like, see, who the hell is he? So
Yeah, he
you never
played. He
heard.
played like 2 or 3 more years, and then he was out the league.
Yeah, so
Right?
they just forgot all about him. So it is dangerous for them not to have a career to fall back on. It's dangerous for us to keep realizing that is they don't give a damn about us. And yeah, if they would just once just sit down and boycott just once to see how important they are and we are. And we're never going to do that because when money is involved, it's like selling your soul to the devil for the Mercedes Benz and the big house and all that, instead of doing what's important. I would rather have God in my life than sell my soul to the devil for a head full of hair.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yes, ma'am.
so
But wait, let me say this. Yes, ma'am. But I got to say that I'm not the only one. I have been boycotting football for years. Okay, I have been boycotting football for years. Everything you say about RG3, all that mess is true. I believe that football is just entertainment. It's just pop culture. And okay, I might be wrong, but I'm not. I believe all pop culture comes from the devil. And we are not supposed to be telling our children that they're going to go out there and play basketball, they're going to go out there and play football. No, we are supposed to be building generational wealth. The only way we can do that is by going to work, putting your kid in, like I said, right? I went through it before, right? You get your kid to working while they're still living in the house so they can build up some money. And you yourself, as the black man, you have to be the spiritual leader of your house. You have to do it. So you have to get off of your butt. You have to go out there. You got to make some money, get your credit together, and buy a house so that you can pass it down to your children. And I'm practicing what I preach. I bought a house and I have children, and my wife is black, and we're passing this. But also want to point out, I don't believe white people should be playing this game. I believe that game is evil. I believe that game is a murderer. And we just saw what it did to Damar Hamlin, and they're trying to pretend he's alive. Like I said, I'm gonna be brief. He was dead on the field for 10 minutes. They picked him up in a U-Haul truck disguised as an ambulance. That means it took 2 minutes to get to the hospital. That means he was dead for 25 minutes before he got to the hospital. And now they got him on life support so they can pretend that he is not dead. And you have these lying people coming out telling you that he's improving, talking about this person is a doctor, that person is a doctor. I would like to point out to you that Dr. Mengele was a doctor, Dr. Fauci is a doctor, the Nazis had doctors. We're not supposed to follow doctors, y'all. We're supposed to follow the Lord God Almighty. And right, what is Jesus's team? And the young lady, and I'm just going to call her the young lady. I don't know how old she is, and I don't mean any disrespect. She pointed out that her cousin was injured in college. And so his life was taken away from him by this game. There are other people who get injured in high school, and their lives are taken away from them by this game. One year, I think it was like 15 or 16 people died playing football. Most of them were in college, and one of them was a girl playing football with the boys. Now, keep in mind, who has seen the ad, "The NFL is gay"? No, Google it. Just Google it. The NFL is gay/video. So the NFL is pushing this gay agenda on our kids. So not only are they going to kill as many, well, white people too, but black men who want to play this game, they're going to kill them just like they killed Damar. But then while we're all watching and worshiping these athletes and worshiping these teams, they're pushing the gay agenda on our children. And that is Satan. The gay agenda is Satan. That is satanic. Ain't no homos going to make it into the kingdom. And okay, I didn't run off at the mouth, so I'm going to go ahead and land.
Hey, sis, can I ask you a question, Sister
Yes.
Poetic?
Yes.
Could you just tell us, after I believe you said your cousin got hurt, how much did they offer? How much medical assistance did they offer him after his injury?
I know that he got a settlement, but they never really mentioned the cost of it, where they supposedly had supposed to take care of him. But my cousin, and she still had a hard time. Her and her husband, they still had a hard time, keeping my cousin going. And they just, it's almost like, okay, that you heard from him while he was a star, same thing in the favor of RG3. Once he got injured, it was like, okay, we're gonna give you a couple thousand, and then they never heard anything else about it. So, in all, I think football is with all sports, especially when it comes to black men. They really need to start focusing on what's important. And I think it's okay when you learn money, but you need to learn truth first. You need to learn God's laws, and it starts in the home and educating our young to what they have to look forward to so that they will make the right decisions before it's too late. And my thing is that the truth, what's the old adage, the truth shall set you free. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
in this case it will. So the more we learn, the more we educate, the more the brothers are out on the corners, the more the sisters are following the laws, the more that we follow the laws and we educate and we follow the Sabbath and we do everything that in the Bible. We learn the lessons, we remember the scriptures, and believe that we're the Israelites. So our children need to learn that as well, because when you see that a 6-year-old boy takes a gun to school and shoots his teacher, something wrong with that. Something's wrong with that family dynamics, and we need to do better, and we need to lean more on God more now than ever, because the devil is out there running to fro here and there and everywhere. I stay in my house because I know in my house I can listen to biblical smoke, I can listen to uplaws, I can learn, I can educate, but in my realm of safety. So on that, I'll mute my mic.
All praises, sis. Hey, sis, what state you out of?
Virginia.
Virginia. Okay, well, email us. I think it's a school up there. Email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com, sister. You got to come congregate.
Okay, well, the closest school to me is actually 5 hours away or 3 hours away. So I have to plan for it to when I can make the drive. Um, my daughter actually lives in Virginia Beach, and I think the school is in Newport News. So I'm supposed to be going to visit her soon, and I want to go to the school there because that would be the closest one when I'm down visiting her.
Well, there's no problem. Hey, we drove further for many other things in our lifetime, so 3 hours ain't bad.
Nah, not at all. Not to learn what I need to learn and continue being a blessing to myself and to others, and educate as I go along. So nothing that pertains to God is too long. Nothing at all. Not a drive, not a prayer, not anything. Because if we all know that He's most high, and I haven't, been let down yet by Him. So I put my trust in God. I put my belief in God, not in man, but in God.
All praises, all praises. Okay, this is biblical smoke. And we got Jacob. Jacob, what's up, man? What's your comment or statement on the comment on the topic?
Yeah, shalom, leadership, Mosiah, and Christ bless. Should black men stop playing football? Hell no. My stepdad played in both the NFL and up here in Canada in the CFL. Got about 14 years of professional football. Played with Warren.
Wait. You said hell no?
No, black men shouldn't be playing football. They need to stop
Oh,
playing
okay.
football.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So my stepdad played, 14 years of professional football in the NFL with the Minnesota Vikings. Played in Super Bowl 9 against the Steelers, and then had come up to Canada, played a bunch of years of Warren Moon with the Edmonton Eskimos, won a bunch of Grey Cups in a row. I grew up playing football, and then I started to get turned off of playing football, seeing him at 42 years old walking around with a cane, mom having to take him to the hospital to get his knees drained out every 6 months. All the shots to the head, painkiller shots, led him to his suicide about 17 years ago.
Sorry, I'm sorry, sir.
And a lot of that was attributed to playing football. And as I said, luckily for me, fortunate, all praise to the Most High, that my taste for the game kind of to sort of started to seize up as I got older, seeing what he was going through. Because as I said, I mean, I'm in my early 40s now, and I couldn't imagine myself walking with a cane. He was about 39, 40 walking with a cane.
Damn.
Addicted to
Hey,
pain.
brother. Hey,
Addicted to
play.
painkillers, alcoholism. There was abuse as well towards my mother
Damn.
because his head wasn't right. So yeah, man, like we shouldn't be playing that shit.
Hey,
It's
Hey,
Clay.
hey,
Play. Hey,
yep.
can we? Are you able to tell us his name? Would you like to tell us his name?
Okay.
That
His
way we
No,
name
can
was
look him up.
his
go ahead.
name was his name was David Boone.
David Boone. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you,
his
brother.
name was David Boone. Yeah, I'm still very close with the family. I'm up here in Ontario, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, he took his life in British Columbia, in Point Roberts, Washington, right next to BC, right next to British Columbia, Canada. And yeah, as I said, growing up and seeing what he went through. As I say, he played 14 years, was a defensive end, longer than most. Because I mean, at the time, I remember the average pro football career was around 3.5 years. It's kind of dropped down to now about 2.7, 2.8 years. So he had in terms of longevity, he outlasted most. But in the game of life, he sure as hell he
yeah,
didn't
but it's not
outlast
even
that.
worth it at the end of the day.
Not at all.
You know?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean,
And stories like that is never broadcast through the masses, and the people don't know this. Like, unless you have an immediate family member or a close friend, you typically don't hear these type of
no,
this
you
side of the
don't.
story. And
You
this is
don't.
why the masses of the kids always flock to the league, because they don't see the end result. They don't see the joint pains and the stuff that you expressing right now, and that's
I
sad.
mean, I could tell you when I went to clean up his house, like the amount. I don't know in the States, like if you can like redeem like beer cans, to depots and stuff. But
Yeah,
I
yeah, you
could
can pick
tell
up
you,
cans and turn it in and get money for it.
yeah, I could tell you, it was something like $700. Me and my friend, when we went to clean the house, we took back $700 in beer cans. Keep in mind, it's
Wow.
only a nickel a can. The amount of um, things of pills that was laying all over the house, all over the place. Yeah, I mean, as I said, like that game, it's just not natural for men to be going 30, 40 miles an hour to be hitting you. Like, yeah,
Yeah, when you get hit like that, people think it's normal because you just get back up, but it creates a long, permanent effect in you in the long run. I think
and
we
then
had a brother earlier was on the chat said they presented drugs, weed, and also liquor bottles, and so during the time in the league, you create bad habits and alcoholism. So that's probably where he picked it up from.
oh yeah, and especially, I mean, you're talking, the game in the 70s and 80s was a lot different than it is today. I mean, it was just, you know, um, go get your shot. Like there was get your shot, play hurt, play injured. Just it was just craziness. So as I said, I I still like marvel in the fact that he was able to play for so long. Because I mean, the game I feel back then was much more brutal than it is today. But yeah, nevertheless, it was yeah, like he's dead and gone, and I feel that yeah, like that game played a big part in his death. So yeah, but to double back on what Benjamin was saying about that whole NBA cares thing, you know what? I thought of something when he said that. To this day, when you see professional players go to those Make a Wish Foundation, all those Make a Wish Foundation PR stunts that they do. I have yet to see one Israelite, one black kid be visited by a player involved in that Make-A-Wish program.
Yep, it's always either crippled Edomites or other Edomites, but it's definitely not Jake.
No, not Jake. So yeah,
No, it's
no.
definitely no, Clay. It's definitely not Jake. And what I wanted to ask you is that can you bring
Mhm.
out like what was some of the medicines that the NFL or the CFL was giving him that made him addicted to the painkillers?
Well, you had the
Tylenol
pain
is one of them for sure.
Tylenol, or it starts with a T. It's like a Tylenol. I can't remember the name of it, but it also the painkillers over the years of painkillers also caused him to have congenitive heart failure as well. So, because
Was
he
it
had
Toradol?
Toradol. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yeah, they were handing that shit out like candy back in the 70s and 80s. So, it also attributed to him having congenitive heart failure. So he was dealing with a lot of pain. Like, when we read his note, his suicide note, that was all in there, that he was dealing with congenitive heart failure. And then alcohol was a big problem too. Just said the brother had a lot of demons, and I mean nothing hasn't changed. It's We're not supposed to be partaking in those Grecian activities, So, all praises to the Most High that I got to pick something out of that, because like a kid growing up in Canada, while I was playing, I was getting offers to go to what's that school in North Carolina, Johnson C. Smith. I was being looked at all the way in Vancouver to go over there, but I mean, at that point, I really didn't have much desire to play. So because of seeing my stepdad walking around with a cane and getting his knees drained out, and just not enjoying life, to say the least.
So
I
why
don't know.
did
I
you
don't
bring
know
out?
if you got,
No, go ahead, Kendall.
yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar now. They just came out with a new law, something that's called NIL, meaning name, image, and likeness.
Yes, those
So
are the
so
yeah.
so now it's like even more of an incentive for guys to continue to play sports now, especially in college, because
That's
we all
basically the
know.
same the NCAA.
Right, because back in the day, we all know, you was not technically supposed to be getting paid or anything off of anything, especially like jersey sales or merchandise, anything if you're still a college student. But now they changed the laws, and now kids literally now out of high school now are getting paid $400,000, $300,000 just to commit to a school. They're not even in college yet. So the things that they're doing now to emphasize these things and make our kids go out and play football, play not even just football, just all these sports, is crazy, man. Like I said, all these things start at the house, man. It all starts at the home. We have to change the culture in our households to stop grooming our kids to play these goddamn sports, man.
Yes,
You know,
I can more strongly.
I think it was in 2009 or 2010. This went under the radar, but the NFL won a court injunction to be labeled a sports entertainment company. So the shit's no different than WWE wrestling. So that's something to kind of think about. Sports entertainment.
Brother, okay, let me speak. I'm sorry. Wow, I wasn't going to talk about that because we were talking about Damar Hamlin and how he died on the field, and the NFL is trying to pretend he's still alive. But what the brother just said is true. I used to run a betting pool, and I wasn't affiliated with the NFL. This was just local betting pool. And during that time I was running the pool, I became convinced that the game was fixed. Now, okay, check it out. NBA, Kobe Bryant, the Sacramento Kings, that was fixed. That was fixed. Okay, baseball. We know baseball is fixed. The Black Sox, they fixed the World Series. And yes, football is fixed too. It was a Jets fan who sued because he bought season tickets. And then it comes out that, just like the gentleman said, it's sports entertainment. And the Jets fan was like, no, 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 no. I'm suing. I want my money back. And the courts would not give him his money back. Now, how can the league not be fixed? And they're doing profit sharing. It's fixed. Now, I'm going to say this and I'm going to land. This is where I gave up. But there's a few others, right? There's the Super Bowl with the Patriots and who's the team from Arizona? The Cardinals. And the Cardinals was up 24 points at the half. And for the next 2 quarters, they didn't do a single running play, and they allowed the Patriots to come. Okay, that was one. There was the last Super
Bowl. Falcons. There was Atlanta Falcons and Patriots. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And then there was the one last year with the Rams, and right, they called holding, but they didn't call offsides with the Rams. I mean, it goes on and on and on. But the worst one, the Colts, they were going to go undefeated this year. And they were playing the worst team in the league, the Jets. And this might have been, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. And instead of the Colts starting quarterback, Peyton Manning, game day, they announced they were going to rest him. And they were going to start their backup quarterback. Now, I've never heard of this guy. His name was Painter. And they put Painter out there, and he got his ass whooped for 4 quarters. I don't know if he's alive. I'm serious. It was that bad. And the Jets beat the Colts. How much money was lost? Are you aware that they make 9 times more money from betting than they do from the actual games? And I don't know if you're watching social media or whatnot. They're trying to push betting into black neighborhoods. They're trying to push betting with social media. No, I suggest not only do black people not to be playing this game, we don't need to be watching this game. We don't need to be. Okay, I'm babbling. We don't need to be supporting this game. This game is evil. This game is fixed. This game is a murderer. And Damar Hamlin is the prime example of that. And I'm going to go ahead and land.
Hey, Dominique, it was, I don't mean to be funny, but it sounds like to me you watching a lot of football, bro.
I used to run the betting. It's fixed. It's fixed, y'all. It's fixed. You might as well just be watching wrestling. They know who's going to win. Take a look.
I told y'all. That's what I said. Didn't I say that when we first started?
Right.
That's why I don't watch it.
That's the same thing with boxing, too. Boxing the same thing.
Boxing, too. Football, you got an offensive coordinator, you have a defensive coordinator, and you have the people upstairs. It's just like the world, right? You're trying to be a football player, right? But you don't get to call the play. And for example, who saw the Super Bowl? I know y'all all did. The Patriots versus the Seattle Seahawks. And the Seattle Seahawks got the ball on the 1-yard line. 1st and goal at the 1. And they stepped back and threw 3 passes until they got intercepted.
All praise. Hey, this is Biblical Smoke. Hey, we need some more people coming on stage. We're trying to keep this conversation going. Hit us up at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Go ahead, bitch.
Hey, for Dominique, man, I bring that example up all the time when it comes to sports. If I remember right, it was
Marshawn Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch, yeah.
At the goal line.
Yes, and he was the number 1 running.
Yeah, he was the best running back in
the league that year.
Automatic at the goal line.
They couldn't stop him. Yeah. And to win the Super Bowl, they said, "Nah, we ain't gonna let this nigga win it for us. He ain't gonna be no MVP. Hell nah." They threw 3 bad passes and couldn't get 1 freaking yard.
And he was
had the best running back of the year in the game and did not get him the ball 1 time, not a play action, nothing.
Yep.
Come on. I'll bring that up all the time.
The game is fixed. Now take a look. When they threw the ball, how did the defensive coordinator know they were going to throw the ball right there? We all saw it. And this is every year. And so, no, black men shouldn't be playing this game. White men shouldn't be playing this game. We shouldn't be watching this game. We should not be supporting this game. All this game is pop culture. This game is pop culture. All pop culture comes from the devil. I will rest.
I have a
Hey,
question. I have a question for Benjamin.
Go ahead with your question, David.
Yes, sir.
Benjamin, you mentioned earlier for Damar Hamlin to be eligible for an NFL pension, he had to play, I believe it was 4 years. You mentioned.
No, it got to be
I
three.
said 3. Another brother said 4. But I said the average career of an NFL player is 2.7 years. That's
Okay.
what I was told.
Okay. So when my stepdad was playing in the NFL in the 70s and in the 80s, and even into the early to mid 90s, this was a common stunt for a lot of CFL players who were trying to get on with an NFL team. At that time, I believe you only had to dress for like be off the practice roster to be on like the traveling team. Like to dress for, I
Yeah, to be
believe
on
it
a
was either
53 man squad. Yeah.
yeah, you only had at that time you only had to dress for, I believe it's 12 games to be eligible for an NFL pension. And
Okay.
that's what a lot of players used to do. Okay, well if I'm like a fringe player or whatever, um as long as I can just get my jersey on for 12 games or something like that, I'd be eligible for an NFL pension. Then I just come back to Canada and just finish off the rest of my professional playing career in the CFL. I guess the NFL caught on to that, and now they've made it. You got to be on a roster or whatever the hell for 3 seasons before you can even be eligible for an NFL pension. It's crazy.
Damn. So they're gonna make you break. You're gonna make sure we're gonna break up your body. You're gonna earn this pension here. Damn.
Well, not even that. I don't know if y'all remember LeBron James' friend who was a sport agent. I forgot his name, but like even just
Maverick
to
Brennan.
like
Carter, I think his
prove.
name is. I think it's Maverick Carter or something like that.
Yeah, he's a sport agent. He grew up with LeBron. He was his agent. He didn't have no degree, no nothing. And before he came in, it was never really it wasn't too much regulations as far as like how to become a sport agent. But as soon as he came into the league, he became LeBron's agent. He's doing all these other things, and now they started making, oh, you have to have a 4-year degree, you have to do this, you have to do that. Man, this sports thing is funny, man. I don't know why I don't know, man. Our people I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Well, mind you, Kendo, it's ran by a system of pretty much your oppressor that sit
Right,
up here and make the rules as they go. Because as you
right.
learn now, as you came up in age, I'm specifically speaking to Clay on this. Clay, you was playing high school football too, right? And then let's say if you hurt your knee, did they inject your knee with needles or anything like that to relieve the pain?
That was available.
Yeah, because I think one of the brothers mentioned on Friday Night Lights when they was trying to help Booby, and they injected his knee with something, and that's when he tore it up.
Yeah,
Facts.
that was available to us.
Yeah, so as everybody can see here on this panel, or here in the room, here in the chat, that pretty much they will tear a black man down, so they would have no recollection of their mind, their soul, and then once you lose your body, that's it. They put you out to pasture.
And it's mainly, like I said, all this stuff start at the home, man. A lot of our parents, a lot of parents that's raising these boys, they're not even giving their boys a chance to really focus on something else. Everybody want their son to play football, basketball, run track and field, want to play some sort of sport. Almost nobody in our community want to focus and make sure our boys do something else that don't involve them abusing their damn bodies, man. I always blame that shit on these damn parents, man. I don't care what nobody say. It all goes back to these two wicked ass parents, man. That's what it goes back to.
And that's the beautiful thing about this truth. We're undoing generational curses. I mean, my son is 8 years old. He's already saying to me that he's got an interest in getting into medicine. You know, the thought of that when I was a child, that wasn't in my realm of interest or thinking. So, yeah, we're it's time to stop with the bullshit and do what we got to do, because
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
sports,
I
yeah.
strongly agree. Like I'm saying, sports is pop culture. All pop culture come from the devil. The other, you know what? And listen, I said that like an old lady, but no, all pop culture comes from the devil. That's why they're all these sports leagues talking about inclusion, and we're going to come with the gay rights and the transgender rights. Now, the other gentleman brought up basketball, and basketball, it's proven that it's fixed. Years ago, there was a person who was betting in Vegas, and this he dropped big money bets, huge money bets, $60,000, $100,000, and he would never be wrong. And it reached the point to where every time this person would bet, the betting line would move. And so the casinos called they called the FBI. And the FBI followed this man home. And this man turned out he was the best friend with a gentleman named Tim Donaghy.
Tim Donaghy, the
The
referee.
NBA referee
The referee.
that messed up
Yup.
the Sacramento Kings LA Lakers
Yeah, Tim
series.
Dunn.
Damn.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I remember him.
Right, right. But here's what's up. Here's what's up. He was not reffing, but he knew. He knew what was going on. He was a second generation ref. You see, they passed this down amongst themselves. You can never be a ref. I can never be a ref. You have to be born into this to be that person, to be the ref. Now, no one ref can do this because two refs can overrule one ref. That means they were all in it together. Okay? When he got busted, they offered him a deal and he told them everything. And he told them that yes, the series with the Lakers and the Kings was fixed. And game 6 was the worst officiated game I have ever seen. It was so bad that the commentators stopped commentating in protest. The the Lakers scored their last 43 points from the line. Okay, their last 43 points from the line. Sacramento was supposed to go on and win that, but whatever. The point I'm trying to make is that basketball is fixed, football is fixed,
No, it's not.
is fixed. You might as well be watching wrestling. You might as well be watching WWE wrestling. Another gentleman brought up that boxing is fixed too, and that's true.
No, it's
That's
not.
the point
Nah,
I'm trying.
it's all fixed.
Yep, it's all
Yeah.
fixed. You don't want to send your child into a game that's fixed, and they can decide that it'd be better for the team if your child got hurt, if your child got effed up, and for the rest of your life you have to take care of your child because he's walking around in a walker, walking around on a cane. Now then, and look, listen here now. Not just black people, white people. Why are you letting this shit happen to your children? And as
All right. Let me reset. Let me reset the room. This is Biblical Smoke. Make sure
go
you reach us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com and Twitter and all your social media platform. Hey, Zeke, you still with us, Zeke? Zeke gone. Zeke. Let's keep the conversation going. If anybody on the crowd, raise your hand. See if you want to chime in on the topic. This is Biblical Smoke. We want brothers to come on up and topic. Let's keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I just want to say I think a lot of people who are kind of like sort of like rubbing off the idea that all these sports are fixed is because like they don't want to believe it. It's like disbelief. Like, oh, it can't be like this. We watch it on TV. It's got to be real. Like, oh. it's not like this.
No, I agree with the brother. I agree with the brother. And it's like real life. The refs are the hidden hand. They're the hidden hand. And behind the refs, you got the offensive coordinators, the defensive coordinators. I think it's a mistake to let your child play that game. If your child is that talented, he has talents, and he does not need to go out there and ruin his body for the entertainment of people who will forget his name tomorrow.
But it's the thing, Dominique. These parents, they don't care. They don't care about their kids. They only
They
care
trying to
about
live
what's
through their
the outcome
kids.
and how much money they can make off of their son. They don't care about their kids. There's no way you care about your kid and you got him playing football. You got him playing all these ridiculous sports that's going to destroy his body later on. You don't care about your kid.
No,
You
it's not.
can't tell me you do.
No, it's not.
And there has been parents that came out publicly and be like, "Yeah, my kid was my way out." Like what?
Yep, they trying to live through their kids.
That's where they most of them. I'm sorry to say, most of them are single mothers, man. There's a lot of our sisters who are single mothers, mostly them, man.
But
And
I
mind you,
wish
not. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wish that the time and energy I put into the gym hours, into the weight room, watching film, I spent that in the books. Instead of trying to be an NFL star, could have been a brain surgeon, could have been an engineer. You dig what I'm saying?
You ain't the only one, brother.
Hey, they don't teach.
Absolutely.
They remember they teach us to work from neck down. They don't want us to use your brain. They want you to use your neck down, only your physicality. There's a book on that.
Facts.
That
That's
that's the
right.
problem. So a lot of that comes from the system that we in, our school systems,
Mm-hmm.
where where the redlining, all that. It's systematically
Cause
rooted to cause us to only physically use our
that's
body, not mentally.
yes, sir. Cause when you was an athlete, I don't know about y'all, but the professors and teachers favored you. They passed you.
Oh yeah, for
You could
sure.
have been dumb as dirt, never showed up to class once, and
Yeah,
they gonna pass you.
yeah. When I was in high
It's
school,
Man,
I ain't do no work when I was in high school.
for real. High school, college, I ain't do none of the
I
work. They
ain't do
just
nothing
passed me
about work.
through. Terrible, man.
Yeah.
hey, as a matter of fact, guess what's the most addictive thing when what you can give to your child, coming up in a inner city household. When you first
Phone.
buy them that PlayStation or that video game, what's the first thing they buy? Madden.
Madden, 2K.
Man,
I
2K.
love,
Yep.
Yeah,
I
all
love,
that stuff is addictive, and where you think they get it from?
I love Madden 2K.
That's why I don't allow video games in my house.
It keeps them out of trouble.
No, but then it turns out gets them into worse trouble.
How? They could have been doing worse outside in the
If
street.
you ain't watching.
Well, mind you, if they're not on the street, where are they supposed to be learning their education from? Who are they supposed to get their learning from?
School
When it's
teachers.
not the when it's not the teacher, it's supposed to be who? It's supposed to be your mother and your father. They're supposed to be teaching you. This is why we don't know the truth as it is today, because we're so manipulated by what's going on in the outside world.
Teachers
Hold on,
ain't
y'all.
teaching
Hey,
shit
hey,
anyway. The
DJ on
school
stage,
system's a
DJ
joke.
on stage, and he in the chat talking about ain't nothing wrong with sports. That's not what he was saying earlier. So I really
Yeah.
would like to hear DJ explain why you saying something different than what you said before. Prove it.
There's
What you
nothing wrong.
talking about, man?
You hear me?
Here, you go
Where
ahead.
you at, DJ? You in
All
the
right.
chat real strong talking about sports is fine. That's not what you were saying earlier. You was really agreeable with Benjamin when Dion was on stage. So
Now,
why you
sports.
switch up?
You know why sports is fine? Sports is fun because look, when you cut on sports, right? I don't see why how y'all bashing sports when you cut on the NFL and you cut on the NBA and you cut on boxing rings. When you see majority of people that look like us making millions, feeding their family, and they come from nothing, make it into those sports and they famous, that should make you feel good. That motivates me, bro. What,
DJ,
I think I think I think his
70% of those
his
athletes
nigga
go broke
his
when they
nigga
retire.
bro?
I think his nigga chip kicked in.
No. Wait a minute. He has a right to his opinion. Let's hear him out. Go ahead, Mr. DJ.
Look, when I
Hey,
cut
hey,
off,
Dominique, don't get thrown off the stage, sir. You're doing good.
I
Don't
got
get
right
thrown
to
off
my
the
opinion.
stage.
But look though,
Let the moderators with the green beams. We're gonna moderate this thing, not you. So just chill out.
What, DJ had a change of heart? What DJ said?
Yeah, go ahead, DJ. Say what you was gonna say.
yeah, I went to another room and they changed my heart. They changed my thought.
So what you saying now? You agree that for the topic, so
Wow.
should black men stop playing football, or you want them to continue playing football?
If that's the way they feeding their family at home, putting money in they putting food in their kids' mouths, why not?
Even though it cost them their lives, even
Selfish
if
ass
hold on,
niggas.
hold on, who that is?
Bro, y'all not the only ones that got families, bro. Athletes got families too.
Hold on, DJ. Listen good. Even though it'll cost him his life. Okay, so let me give you another analogy. You say as long as he's gonna feed his family, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about the drug dealer on the street corner? He
Well,
sells drug to feed his family. You think that's
mm-hmm.
okay?
That's not okay, but he's surviving. You don't know his background, where he come from.
Okay, so DJ, you believe in
I
the
do.
Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's why you gotta have a foundation, DJ, because you all over the place. There's a foundation you gotta go off of. That way you can know what's right and what's wrong. It's called discernment. You see what I'm saying? To know what's
Discernment,
right
huh?
and what's wrong, despite what your emotions say, and despite your lively circumstance. Like you use the excuse you gave is because he gotta feed his family, right? That's your excuse. You know, so you so with that excuse doesn't justify the action, so it don't help your case. It's actually making yourself worse. So you got to go off the Bible. The Bible gives you a foundation of what you can do and what you cannot do to see if you're in line with God.
Serve two masters, man.
What master is you serving by playing sports?
All the scriptures that came out, bro.
That
You,
part.
you worshiping Greek as fast, man. They looking down to
I
you,
take
bro.
shit too serious.
Idols, man.
Idolatry.
Hey Zeke, you up, man? Zeke done fell asleep, man. You can't
Hey
make this
Jay,
stuff up.
Jay, I'm here.
Baruch.
Who
I'm
here?
here. Baruch.
Baruch. All right, get that for me, Baruch. Give me Psalms 85 and 11.
Yes, sir. The book of Psalms.
What this biblical smoke is, like a lot of people said earlier, a lot of people alluded to it, saying how biblical smoke is necessary, is needed, and not only that, the street corner teaching, all this that we doing on this earth, this is what God say was going to happen these last days. Read that.
The book of Psalms, chapter 85 and verse 11. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven.
The
Yea,
truth that's coming out right now is we understand that Greekish fashion is not our custom. It never was. And our forefathers back in Greek captivity, they aspire and lust after that thing. And here we are here in Babylon the Great, which is America, doing the same thing. The same spirits back on earth, coveting and lusting after these Greekish fashions. And God don't want us to be a part of that. Why? Because go back to 2 Maccabees, read that, and I think it's 4 about the calamities. These sore calamities come upon them. So, DJ, this for you, because you think because of the reasoning of the reason of playing football or whatever sinful acts we do, you think it's justifiable because of the need of feeding your family. But God don't care about that. God either say you're going to keep his laws or you're going to be a sinner. It's either that. Read that for me in Maccabees.
2 Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 16. By reason whereof sore calamity came upon them. For
Give me the
they had...
context. Read up a little bit. Read up a little bit so we can know what he's talking about.
Yes, sir. Verse 13. Now such was the height of the Greek fashions.
So these Greekish fashions that we play today, like these sports, and you name it, all of it is not our custom. God didn't create our body to be battered, boxed up, whether you want to be a boxer, whether you want to be an athlete, whether you want to be a whatever entertainment you got, you think of wrestler. Our body was not made to be battered or beat up. God set you one purpose on earth, and that's to keep his commandments and teach the word. That's the whole purpose. The wisest man on earth told you what your purpose is on earth. When you read Ecclesiastes, King Solomon, read that.
An increase of heathenish manners through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, the ungodly rich, and no high priest. That the
Give me
priest had no courage to serve anymore at the altar.
You see
But
that? See, even our people, the priest was our people. He was of the Levites. He had no more courage to serve God. That's what we do today. That's what our athletes do today. Our entertainers, they have no more courage, to serve God. Why? Because the covetousness of the riches and the glory and the money, it entices us, and we seek that more so than serving the Lord. Read.
So let me add to that.
but
It takes
despising the temple.
Hold on, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Mute your mic. Read on, Baruch.
but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hasten to be partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise, after the game of discus called them forth, not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all.
So they're not setting the honor of their fathers, which is keeping the commandments. I think Dion read that earlier when you read in Malachi 4, where we was turning our hearts to the fathers, meaning going back to the Bible, going back to our customs. We didn't put the glory in that. Instead we wanted to follow the Greekish fashions. And what happened? God said, because of that, read.
By reason whereof sore calamity came upon them.
Like some of the brothers that gave their testimony, like I think Jacob was one of them. He spoke about I think his uncle, his father, or who passed away recently at 14 years in the league. Those calamities was alcoholic. He was strung up on drugs, painkillers, pain in joints. All those calamities God brought upon our people today. You got recently these football players just passing out. And it's not just football players. I don't know if you've seen a couple of clips on these soccer players just passing out, just falling out in the middle of the game. It
middle
ain't
of
just happening to football players. You know what I'm
basketball
saying?
too.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. So all that's taking place, and they covering it up. And this one just happened with the Bengals defensive end. That just went viral, but it was been taking place. Read on.
For they had them to be their enemies and avengers,
But they
whose
had them to be the enemies and the vengeance. So God is telling you, listen, come out of that custom. So I hope you understand that, DJ. So it ain't about I want to feed my family. There's many things you can do to feed your family that's not sinful. And that's what God is saying. You got to come out of that stuff.
Brother, man, look, I'm not reading out the Bible, man, but let's be real about this.
Go ahead. What you said, Dominique? That's Dominique who's speaking.
Hey DJ, can you answer a question for me? Can you tell me when football first started?
football started, I believe, in the 1950s.
No, you
Much
not.
earlier than that.
Yeah, this what I'm gonna say to you. You got to look back further of how football got started, because mind you, I want to say correctly. I don't know if probably Benjamin can correct me on it, but it probably started in the 1800s. Now, in the 1800s, where were we as a people?
Uh, let's see. What was we in slavery?
Yeah, we wasn't even thought of to be, to play this game. And was it a time when sports was segregated for a long time?
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think that was?
I don't know.
Mind you, you need to understand what you're getting into and what you're pushing, because mind you, what you're pushing, they're not pushing for you. Because mind you, they're ready to destroy you and people that follow behind you, your age.
All right. We got Chris on stage. Chris, what do you think about the topic? Should black men stop playing football
Absolutely.
So why you say that?
Well, it's more of a danger. It's more of a liability than an actual asset when you think about the challenges and the risk, and how one accident can just take you out for the rest of your life for so many things.
But what about the millions of people that enjoy watching football, the entertainment of it, the Sunday football, the Monday night football?
Definitely learn how to play football and entertain themselves and risk their families and their bodies and thereof.
Okay, okay. All praises. But you're absolutely right. I mean, hey, and to be honest with you, it's more Caucasian and whites just love to see the blacks entertain them. And that's how they look at all of us. We are just entertainers for them, while they enjoy their riches and enjoy their lives. Their body is still intact, and they're just living it up in they big penthouse or mansions, and they got season ticket to watch you and us or our families batter themselves and beat themselves up.
That's actually called breaking the buck.
Hey, that's a good point. That's a
No,
good point.
I agree. Like I said, football is entertainment. Entertainment is pop culture. All pop culture come from the devil. All of it. And if you there's like demonic stuff behind this league. I am told, and I don't ask me for proof because I don't have it to present to you, that all of the teams are owned by Jesuits except for the Green Bay Packers, which are owned by the city of Green Bay. And I'm told that the people who they say own teams are not actually the people who own the teams. All of this mess is scripted. It's all scripted. What's his name? Brady? This guy? Really? He won what, 7, 8 Super Bowls? You know what? It's cool. It's cool. I believe it's possible, but I don't believe it's actual. Um, I believe that we should all stop watching sports. That's just my opinion, and that's why I cut that mess off in my house. I will land there.
Hold on. Hey, listen. This is not a game like the sports that we play. This is about your salvation, about the king getting the kingdom. So we got to. I never took anything more serious, even when I was playing football, than when I take this now, because it's about my soul. We need to examine ourselves and worry about ourselves. This is not the same game. This ain't a game right here. Biblical smoke, IUIC. It's not a game. That was a game. We played that game, and it was to our detriment. This is for
That's
our
right.
salvation. It's a difference.
No, brother, I agree with you. I think the whole thing is a distraction. The whole thing is a distraction. We want to see our team get into the Super Bowl, but we don't want to see our family get into the kingdom. I agree with you. I think the whole thing is a distraction. And like I say, that's why I cut it off in my house. That's why ain't no sports in my house. I'm not gonna lie. I watch a little boxing here and there, but that's it, man. Team sports, the team, all
Hey,
that, man.
hey, even your boxing got to get rid of your boxing. Even your boxing, all that stuff is all Greekish fashion. It was
I
not
agree.
our customs. It was
No,
not our customs.
I agree
Hey,
with you.
but we
Go
gonna
ahead.
go ahead and shut it down. We just gonna shut it down. We ain't got no more people
Shut it
coming up
down.
on stage. If anybody want to come on stage, your last any questions, comments, it's your last opportunity to go ahead and put it out there. But Baruch,
I got a question for leadership,
who that?
real quick. It's Brother Isaiah.
Brother Isaiah, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, like I mentioned not too long ago, man, Bishop Yawasat bought out a book, and it was talking about how like they serve concessions in the stands, like the Roman Colosseums. If somebody could message me that book, I'm trying to get my
Oh
hands on
yeah,
that book.
go back to the class. He probably quoted on the class. I know what book you're talking about. I don't remember the
You know what
title.
I'm talking about? Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
All praises.
go
All
back to the
praises.
class. He played a new. Yeah, that was a good book.
Yes, I need to get my hands on that. All right. Thank you, sir.
All praise that.
All right.
Hey, Baruch, read that Matthew 26:6.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head, as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman hath done, be told for a memorial of her.
All right, it's been Biblical Smoke. Again, you can reach us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com to find out a school near you, or if you have any further questions, you can email us that. Also, tag us on all social media platforms as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, so we can get this word spread out further and throughout the four corners of the earth. All right, Israel.
Hey, Mr.
Don't
Benjamin.
forget to follow the moderators. Follow us so you can know when we go back online. Lord's will we be on tonight, later tonight, because it's already we already on Monday. So later tonight we should be on again. Tune in for another hot topic. All
Mr.
right?
Benjamin, can I say something?
Who's that?
It's Arlandis, man. DJ in the chat disrespecting my mama. My mama passed about 4 years ago, and I just want to say, man, I think you guys should tighten up on the people that come in, because some of them just come in because they feel like they got the time to mess with people.
Oh,
You know what I'm
DJ.
saying?
Oh, yeah. Hey, sometimes we catch them and we get them off the stage quick and fast, but sometimes they slip through the cracks. But most of the time we catch them. But yeah, apologize for that, bro.
No problem. I got you.
Definitely. But all right, catch y'all tomorrow, later tonight, Lord's will, for another biblical smoke and hot topic. With
Let
that,
me say this.
say
He's
shalom.
All
very
praise to the Most High. Shalom, Most High.